Okay, hello. I apologize. I try not to take more than 10 minutes. My bad. Let me know if I'm coming through okay. I was kind of fidgeting with the mic last night. It should be good though. So, to everyone here already, hello. To give you context on what I'm doing, I should actually, let me rotate this up. That's too much. That's better. Okay. My hair was off the screen too much for me. To give you context on what I'm doing, so I've still been playing Soul Calibur, but I haven't been like grinding Soul Calibur, right? Mostly just due to trying not to burn out. But the Days tournament is a big online thing that Team Daves from New York runs. And last time it happened, it was in December. It was the biggest online event in terms of signups and prize pool. There was $3,500 prize pool, which is a lot for a free online tournament. Well, free for any tournament, or it's a lot for any tournament, I should say. And last time I got 7th, and I lost to Ron the Tryhard's Aslamel, which I think in a tournament Parsec environment wouldn't happen now. And Rich Sticks, I destroyed his Maxi, and then he picked Aswell and beat me. And again, now I don't think that would happen. So we're shooting for top 3 this time. Plus the nerf. There hasn't been a nerf since then. But here's the thing. Let me explain something about myself that I know is true for other people as well, but when I play in tournaments, there we go. I think the mic and the webcam should be okay now. Let me know if I have to tweak it. When I play in tournaments, I get offline tournaments. I get like this feeling, like this anxiety, and I play way better. Like I actually have real reactions. I'm paying attention to what the opponent's doing, all that kind of stuff. But when I play in online tournaments, like at home, I don't get those feelings, and so I kind of just I play at like probably 70% as opposed to 100%. But in this tournament, because there was so much money on the line, I had that feeling back, and I was like, okay, the best of the best are signing up for this. It's a centralized Parsec server, so it's an even playing field for most of the players. You know, and if I was to win first, I would legitimately take home over $1,500. Like that's, you know, especially now, given my current situation, having no job, that's a big fucking deal to me, right? Like that's a big deal for someone who doesn't work. So, yeah, I was feeling really serious. I was playing like a god, beating some players I've never beaten before. for the first time, and I was cruising my way to 7th, and then unfortunately I lost to the tried and true Bridge Sticks. Maxi loses to Zedd Xianghua, swaps to Aswell and wins. That's the second time that's happened. Although it happened one more time since then, and I won. So I think I've got a handle on that situation now. So yeah, that's what it is. And having been in the top 8 the last time of basically all the good players you could possibly name who play on PC, was really awesome. No bracket run was easy. Not a single player had it easy. And I'm not sure if they're gonna do seeding based on like region or past events with them, but the biggest threat of this tour, I don't know. You have to wait for people to sign up first. But it's gonna be the threats across the continents. It's gonna be Zephykai and Cindy 8, Enders J, Lolo. You got to get through all them. What's up? What can I do for you? Yeah. What I'm doing is I'm going through and you guys know this. Like back when I was grinding this game every single day, I would do character reviews. I would talk about everything I'm doing, and while I still do that, I'm gonna make a conscious effort to do that every day. And in matches where I can give you guys some analysis and insight, I will, because not only will that help educate you, it'll help me be more reflective in my gameplay, right? And so that's kind of the goal here, is to be reflective and try to take every match for face value and what it is, and try to get a learning experience regardless. If it's, for example, if it's a player who's maybe not so great, I will try to focus on my facing more than anything. No, I haven't fought Enders J because I don't have a good connection with the New York guys. By the time you see Super Flash, doesn't mean the startup is done. No. No. I was hesitant on the answer because it depends on the character. So, want to see hell? Want to see hell? If you see this, there are still frames in which you can block, but you don't have the frames to step. Wow. Okay. Want to see hell? Wow. Okay, maybe Cervantes. Maybe Cervantes. Yeah. Okay. No, I mean he would never raw CE here, but that's so funny. When the flash happens, you can still try to block. But in the case of, say, gosh, what is it? Killick when he's in soul charge? Sorry, I literally just woke up an hour ago. So we're still getting kind of with it here. But yeah, the short answer is yes. But there are exceptions to that. Like Taki's a great exception. I'll just show you the Taki example really quick, and then we'll come back to Servi. Hey Shangleisha, how you doing? So if Taki CEs, right? Check this out. There's still quite a window before she actually swings, and you would use this as an evasive CE anyway, but just to sort of give you an idea. And so by the time, right, I can still do that. See? This is as far as you go. Yeah. It just depends on the character. All right. The other thing too is, in general, I just play and study this game more than most players, so hopefully I'll be able to sort of get the edge. anxiety. Well, for me, having participated in tournaments since the game's release, I don't get that anymore because tournament tournament nerves are a whole different thing, right? They're a whole nother level, and so once you go through that enough, you start to get more comfortable in all environments. But what I can say to you for advice is identify like what is making you anxious, because if you want to try to put things in perspective of if you're playing online and it's not a tournament, so if it's just ranked or a lobby, there's nothing on the line. Then nothing but your improvement and your growth is on the line. So even in ranked, it's an arbitrary number that doesn't reflect skill. And there's no rewards, there's no rank decay, so like there's no incentive to keep grinding, so sometimes players will get to S1 and then they just stop. So don't look at the ranked number as a means to an end. Don't look at the rank number as, oh, I'm doing well, oh, I'm doing poorly. Look at it as, this is my growth along the path of Sprout to S1, right? And while rank doesn't necessarily reflect skill, it does, in a sense, reflect how you're doing. It's more of a benchmark than it is your true skill, right? So the other thing you can try to do is just take it step by step. Identify, like, okay, what am I working on this game? What are they doing? Try to be vocal to yourself, internally or externally. It's up to you. I'm going to be vocal externally for you guys, so you guys can know what's going through my head as we play games. Yeah, just try to rationalize everything. Like, why are you anxious? Are you anxious because they're a higher rank? Are you anxious because you're nervous about the matchup? Well, then you know, okay, if they're a higher rank, I just have to play tight, I have to play solid, and try my best. And if you lose, why did you lose? And if you win, then you won. Or if it's a matchup thing, then you know what you have to lab. I don't know. I don't know if that helps. But try to put things in perspective, okay? If you don't put things in perspective, if you don't give a reason, it's going to feel a bit overwhelming. Even I-10 won't stop the super? No, because you don't have 10 frames. Most CEs have what we call a freeze frame, and so when they flash like that, right, from this moment, there's nothing I can do. Right? So if I try to swing here, yeah, you're gonna get counter hits. You don't have, there's not 10 frames. Like, you can't GI either. See that? Or I guess you didn't, but I was trying to mash GI by the time this happened, and I just get hit. If you see this happen, I mean, you have to know what every CE does, first off. But if you see that happen, you typically need to just block. There are exceptions. Yoshimitsu's you can step, Kilix Soul Charge you can duck. Taki you can auto GI like I just showed. It depends on the CE. It depends on the CE. But typically, you don't have time to do anything but block. Okay, Yusung. And someone else. Daniel, I think. Let's talk a little bit about Cervantes. So, what I do... Well, I guess it's better to identify what he does first. Also, Cervantes... I'll just want to say as a disclaimer... I don't consider Cervantes a very great matchup for Xianghua. It's not like heavily against her by any means, but he can definitely control the pace of the match. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. You're welcome. And he controls the space by doing things like A6, 3B plus K, you know, trying to bait you to whiff so you can get IGDR. At chipper range, he can poke you out with 6B if you wanted to. Not super common, but it is a play. And then, yeah, he has 2A plus B for when you're up close. And this move's lethal hit condition is really cheap, specifically as a Xianghua player, because most of our moves are light attack. I believe it's light attacks. It's either light and medium or just light, but I'm pretty sure it's just light. Yeah, it's light. So if your character has a lot of light attacks, this move gains a lot of value. Hey, Vile. Which Xianghua does. So that can be pretty annoying. That can be difficult to deal with. And it also means that you don't really want to contest Cervantes with like, I would say I-16 or slower moves, as Xianghua specifically, because he could just throw that out and you might get counter hit, right? So what I do against this character is he essentially wants to just space, right? He wants to space, he wants to control. He wants to control everything within 3B plus K range. So actually, yeah, here we go. This is perfect. So if you look at the range we are right now, this is pretty perfect. So he wants to control everything within the space that's on the screen, or in between me and him right now. What you want to do is identify, okay, hold on. If we're at this range, and this is what I do. I learned the spacing of this character through and through because I know when I'm outside of A6 range. I know when I'm inside 3B plus K, but outside of A6 range, which is where we are right now. The reason this is important is if he does A6, it's going to whiff, right? If he does 3B plus K, it's, let's just say it's close enough that he's going to hit, right? So right about here. So what you want to do is play at like range 2, which is about this range, 2 or 3, and you want to step a lot. And when you're stepping a lot, just walking for laziness purposes, when you're stepping a lot, he of course can't hit the 3B plus K because, okay. It's going to whiff, obviously. And then the A6 is going to be how he stops the movement. Now, this doesn't reach from here, so you're going, okay, great, awesome. He whiffs it, I punish. But, of course, there's a wrinkle in the plan. Cervantes can always just do dash A6, sorry, like that. Something I don't see enough Cervantes players do, actually. Like, a lot of them, I don't know if it's by accident, but they'll commit to this, like 6-6A. Which is not a good idea, in my opinion. The way that I would play this character is a lot of run-up A6. And you can do it super fast because it's an A6 motion, right? And so you just basically, let go of 6, or let go of 6, or in my case, take my finger off of 6, and, push it down again. So it's really easy. It's brain dead easy to do run-up A6. There's no effort or skill involved. This is the biggest problem. This is going to be the biggest hurdle you face in the neutral if a Cervantes player is keen enough to do this. Because the problem is, he just takes like, let's say steps. What are you going to do about it, right? What can you do about it? Well, let me give you an idea. Something I've done against Cervantes for years, and even back in Season 1, is when I'm playing at around this range, this was before he had 3B plus K, but still, when I was playing at around this range, I would only sidestep, and the moment I saw him do something, I would 4A. And this is pretty interesting because it basically nullifies this run-up A6 tech, or if they do want to do 6-6A, it beats that, or even run-up 3A, I've seen that, or, not B-slide A, A-slide B beats that. Yeah, so I really like 4A in this matchup because not only does it sort of close the gap a little bit, but it also beats Cervantes' one of his best moves, which is A6, right? And I think that's really important to identify. Other than that, when you're in his face, really you're only looking for and worrying about like K2, 2A plus B. You want to try your best not to whiff, of course. But what he wants to do is typically A6 and K2 you back out of range. And one thing you'll see some Cervantes players do is they'll use a lot of 3K, and this is for a reason. So 3K on block has like no pushback whatsoever. right? And the block stun is very, very low, and so some Cervantes players will feel inclined to retake their turn, which is quite interesting. However, because of the low pushback, check this out. So let me just record it real quick. Sorry. Just for... No, let's do that better. Come on, Zedd. What the... There we go. That's sexy. Oop. So, you know, if we're like here, right? Just theoretically, right? You know, he could blow you up for that, or whatever, right? You can see that I'm even out of 2A spacing, so if you try to do... Gosh. Lab environment sucks. So if you were slow, right? Like, you know, oh, I missed it. X is probably the worst example because she recovers so fast. Sorry. But I hope you get the point though, right? Is he can use the low block stun of 3k and the low pushback to sort of bait you into doing something and then, you know, blow you up, right? That's all. That's the point I was trying to make, but I failed in my execution. The 3k is really nice for that reason. K2 is a great poke for a few reasons. The first is that it is a horizontal low. And it puts him into a crouch state, which for Servi isn't the worst thing ever. I believe it's -2 on hit, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, it's very annoying to deal with. Cervantes' wall rising K is fairly good as well. As, again, I believe it's a horizontal. Yeah, it's a horizontal. And so one thing that I know, Cervantes Servi player that I fight a lot does, he'll do K2, wall rising K, 3k. Assuming you blocked all of that. Or like, got hit by this, you block that, and then he'll do that when you try to retaliate. It's quite interesting actually. And you can actually see the range that we're put at here. So K2, wall rising K, backstep, IGDR. Same thing, you're gonna see this a lot with Servi. Right? I can't really contest here. Okay? Not like, you know, I can't really do much about this. I just kind of have to deal with it. Again, I picked the worst example, I'm sorry, but you're gonna see a lot of this backstep tech from Cervantes. I was just trying to give a few different examples that I've seen. And so what you want to do, if you're seeing that, is you really need to start controlling the backstep. And so how do we prevent this, right? Let me just re-record it. Just do boom, boom, backstep block. Let's just have him do that, okay? How do you prevent this backstep? Well, first off, you can always try to challenge, but then you'll see you're gonna whiff. So you want to make sure what you're challenging with actually catches the backstep. So again, if we do 6B, that'll catch. If he does that, it will whiff. So you have to be careful. You know, like this is one of Xianghua's biggest things, is at that nice range, 1.5, she basically can't deal with box step that well, backstep or box step, and this is one reason why. Right? So you'd have to be pretty quick to the draw, right? And it might catch him. But if you were any sort of delay at all, right? So it gets tricky. One thing you can do to control the step is 6-6B. That's a really great option. If you know they're going to backstep, just be careful because, of course, if he does do something, we'll just take the 3k example, he's going to hit you. Okay, so it can be a bit risky to try to check backstep, but I think it's important to do. If you want sort of a beat backstep really safe button, I highly suggest 6-6k, because 6-6k, because it's the 6-6 motion, it will realign for most of the move, and so it's a great option to check the box step at minus frames, check the back step at minus frames, and reclose the distance, right? So if he tried to boom, boom, Box step again. That was a bad box step. Hold on. There we go. It's a bit better. Right. It is going to whiff, but there's less chance of it doing so because, yes, like you mentioned, it is a vertical. And so you have to be really careful about, you know, how you do it. And so in this situation, you may want to hold the 6 a little more. Just be careful that it can be avoided. So there is no easy answer, okay? That's why Cervantes is so strong in like the shorter range matchups, and that's why he's just so good in general. Is he's a kind of character where, like Hilde, like Yoshimitsu, like well, let's just stick with Hilde. So like Hilde, kind of just have to deal with their kit. You sort of just have to stem the bleeding, if you will, and do the best you can. Because there's not a whole lot you can exploit on characters who are designed to play Soul Calibur really well. And to your question, are they going to nerf Servi? I doubt it. There's not a whole lot you could do to nerf it. Because here's the thing. If we exclude Cervantes' pushback and backstep power, he's a relatively, like, he's still a decent character, but he's sort of standard, right? Like, he's sort of whatever. What makes him so polarizing, though, is you mentioned he's safe. He's only safe on, like, a couple of moves. But the thing is, those couple of moves are really strong. So I would like to see them clean up some frames. Like, I don't think he needs to be minus 16 on as much as he is. And then maybe make some safe stuff worse. But you know, he's just strong, but he's not where Cervantes lacks. So he's not a perfect character. Where Cervantes lacks is he doesn't really have a mix-up outside of his throws, which every single character has. His Oki is a little predictable, and there's not a whole lot he can do to really, like, you're not really in a 50-50 on Wake Up against this character. But even though he lacks sort of that offensive mix, you don't really need it at all. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like every character needs a mix. I'm just simply stating it is a weakness. And so if Cervantes has to make a comeback, if he doesn't have the life lead, or if he's not in control of the neutral, this character can struggle quite a bit. And what I mean by that is, if someone is playing Cervantes and say I'm playing Xianghua, but I'm better in neutral than he is, he's gonna have to try so hard to win. Like, Cervantes doesn't carry players. That is just not true. Same with Hilde. Hilde does not carry players at all. You have to be good at the game to be good with those characters. If the opponent is equally as good in the neutral or knows the matchups well enough, you got to be really sound with your movement and your fundamentals. So nerfing a character like Cervantes would either come at the cost of his movement, which should make him, like, still solid but not special. Like, it would remove one of the most important things about the character. Or if you nerfed his damage, that would be pretty offensive. And if you nerfed his frames, then he might be just too unsafe to make it worth it. And then it might fall into the category of, this is purely speculation, it might fall into the category of why play Servi when I could play Hilde. And those sort of thoughts and those sort of feelings are kind of shitty. So I don't know. I think Servi's just a good character. Someone has to be the best, right? Someone has to be the best. And I just think that Cervantes and Hilde are there for very, very similar. I hate the X-Mirror match. EQ for ranked. No, I'm not awake enough yet. Hold on. Let me pick the right outfit. Full crouch 3B to match 3B. No, because the amount of frames it takes to go block, crouch, then full crouch 3B, assuming you're doing it from neutral, at fastest input, it adds about 4 frames, approximately. Um, maybe even more. I would say realistically, you're looking at about an I-26 full crouch 3B. Okay. Even though this is this is I-18 and this is I-18, I believe. Doing it from neutral automatically adds frames because you have to consider the frames to actually crouch, right? And crouching takes about 4-6 frames. I don't actually know the exact math. I've never looked at it, but I believe it's 4 frames. Don't quote me on that though, but I'm pretty sure. Fuzzies don't really exist in this game. There's like fuzzies, there's maybe 1 or 2, and so it's hard to look at examples of how doing like a twitch duck matters. Plus 5, 8. Okay, so yeah, about 6 to 8 frames. There you go. 6 to 8 frames. And so often I will say, I've always thrown out 6 as a realistic number, so if we go with that idea, this is I-26, which is quite slow if you think about it. And when people look at this move, right, people don't consider that in order to get this move, hey Sultan, in order to get this move out to 2B, you have to physically input the 8-way run motion. So the actual frames in which the opponent can be hit are like 30. This is more like I-30. And so when people stress so much about 2-2B, I'm like, have you tried, you know, swinging? I mean, obviously on Oki, it's a bit of a different story, right? But just in general, either space out 2-2B, which is easier than you might think, or just try challenging it, because, you know, it takes approximately 30 frames. Just if I'm standing here to shade out a 2-2B, it's about 30 frames. 28, 30 frames. Because when you do, like, from neutral, if you do it, like, 2-2A, for example, it adds 10 frames, because a sidestep is 12 frames, but executing a move from sidestep, you have to wait 10 frames to do it. Yes, sir. Sir. I believe it was 10 frames. I haven't tested that myself. I do trust the person who told me that, and I know that they put in the time to test it, so I might be wrong. It might only be like 8 frames, but it's about 10 frames is my understanding. I could be wrong. Anyway, is a half circle down, half up version worth doing? Here's the thing. Yes, but it depends. So I used to do it on pad when I played on pad just fine. But if it causes you to make the move take too long, like if you're physically seeing X do like this, then maybe not. Or if she like sort of stutters in place a bit like that. You see that? How she's sort of moving to the left and to the right. Then don't. But if you can get it to look like this, sorry, right? If you can get it to look like that, then do it. What you can do is a nice little shortcut. Because you know how the reason why you want to do that is either to get superior map positioning with like a mega step. For example, if I'm going up, right, and I want to continue going up, not down, I would do this, right? But a secret, or not a secret, a trick you can do is just use 6 instead. So when you're running forward and you go 2 or 8, you'll notice that she doesn't move back into the move that she would have avoided. So what I recommend you do is do 6-6-8B, like that. And that's how I recommend most people do it on a stick or a pad. It's way easier. It's a quarter circle motion, and you don't need to fuss around with the half circle idea. And the other thing too, to make it clear in your head as to what's going on, X will go the opposite direction of the direction you inputted. Now, for me on a hitbox, on P1 side, it's actually the same direction that I inputted because, as you may or may not know, up is on my thumb, which is below my down key. So for me, it's intuitive, but for you, understand that if you're hitting 2, she goes up. If you hit 8, she goes down. It's been around, yeah, but people doing a half circle I think is irrelevant. I think if you're trying to just do a raw 2-2B, you should just do 6-6. That's all. Now for me, again, because I'm on a hitbox, I don't have to do that. So if I'm sidestepping a move, I can easily transition to 2, like I'm holding 8 right now, as you can clearly see. I don't have to do the half circle or the quarter circle. I can just go 2B. So it depends on your comfort level in general. I did this on pad. I did the half circle thing. I thought it was easy. I didn't have the little stuttering like I'm showing here, right? That never happened for me. But that's neither here nor there. Anywho, I don't know if that helps with the serving matchup with X, but in terms of how to play it, I actually contest as neutral. And that's because I have strong neutral. I'm not afraid to fight Servi in the neutral. If you have bad neutral, Servi's going to be a hell of a time. But as you guys know, I actually prefer to play in neutral. That's my comfort zone. Be passive? Being passive is fine. Being passive is fine. So let me just check. Okay, 2 people on my friends list online. So let's sort of get into a character review, I guess. I think Mitsurugi is the top left character, right? Pretty sure. I don't know how this is ordered, but it's not ordered correctly. Oh, let's change the stage. This background music gets tedious.
Welcome to the stage of history.
So yeah, my plan is to go through the entire cast and over the next, 2 to 4 weeks, depending on what I want to do. Oh, it's Cassandra. Let's just go alphabetical. That might be better. that might be better. Because of all the metrics being different. So, 2B. Oh man, I should just skip 2B. I've gone over 2B so many times.
Pod.
My god.
I didn't say anything.
My god. I'm not gonna go through the punishment though for some of the cast. For 2B, I know what to punish. It's more just like tailored review of things. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know what to review on this character. I know this matchup pretty well. Yeah. No secondaries.
A battle of destiny.
Just X. But as usual, if I can do or talk about anything for you guys, let me know. Oh. Excellent. So Grow, bit of a gimmick online if he soul charges.
Believe in your power.
Typically I try to just play tight against this character and punish him, because It's actually relatively punishable. The connection's not great, which is unfortunate, but we'll do the best we can. Nice. That's unsafe. Minus 12, I believe. Got him. You gotta be careful with those slower moves against an X with her back to the ring. 10? Okay, 10. Punish that. Remember we talked about with Cervantes, how I just step into 4A? I do a very similar thing against Scro. Now we're in Oki. Let's see if we can condition the throw. Let's see if we can get into duck here. There it is. Scro Oki is a meme, don't respect it. That was awful. Hello. Gonna soul charge, we're gonna wait for the telly, and then we're gonna see. Oh, that was awkward. I'm just gonna wait out the timer. Okay, I stepped that. I'm pissed. I stepped that! Oh, fucking hell. Oh, damn, it's laggy. Not good. Not good. Nice. Thought he might bite on the whiff there. He did not. Oh, too far to punish. But it is minus 16. Lol. Imagine just staying crouched. Couldn't be me. And duck. That's interesting. Why do people hate Xianghua? Well, she is very safe. She has basically the best frame data in the game in terms of safety. Nice. Surprised he let us get that. No! People don't like her I-12CE and 22B. That's really all it is. And I would also say this, people don't really know how to fight the character, like at all. People think that her PXS is a real mix, which unless it's Oki, it's not, and even on Oki, you can actually back tech with most of the cast. Nice, that was correct. Oh my god, I hate this game, bro. You're dead. Ah! That was awful. I rolled. Ah, it's so laggy. It's so laggy. No, chat. Oh, that's not fair, dude. It's so laggy. Oh my god. No. Come on, dude. What is that? Anyway. No, you don't want to mix AA and crouch throw. X versus how? Sure. Yeah. That was not fair. I had that twice. Xianghua is not a great character to pick in a laggy environment, let me tell you that. The only time you can really mix with low throw is if there's a reason to duck. Right, so like 6AA, although that is definitely just a bait knowledge check because streamer sucks flames lag. You saw it! Because 6AA is a reactable low, so there's no reason to duck there unless you see the low. But the hesitation, the hesitation to look for the follow-up makes 6A on block pretty strong, even though it's only minus 4, 6, 4, 4. I think it's 4. Anywho, Haomaru matchup is really difficult. It's pretty ass. There's only one piece of advice I can give you, other than just learning like what's GIable and stuff, because that's a bit of a given, right? Oh. And that is, you really need to get good at chasing. And I don't mean chasing with moves, first off. I mean chasing correctly. Like knowing how you can... Oh god, it whiffed. Tragic. Knowing how to move up. I was backturned apparently. That's fake. That doesn't work. I was just slow. So to fight Haomaru, I don't have a good answer other than work on your chasing. Okay. Is Zaz good in lag? No. His combos get really frustrating in lag. I've seen his name before. I don't know who it is. This matchup's really hard for me. It's probably my hardest matchup right now as a player. So I'm glad I have a good connection Yoshi here to play a bit. Maxi. Not even. Okay. Oh! Yeah, so just get better at your chasing, and the Haomaru matchup will feel better, but there's no good answer for you, unfortunately. Let's go. Let's go. That's how you convert jank into something special. I can sort of give you an idea, but yeah, like don't chase with moves. Just move forward a lot when it's your turn. I know that sounds shitty, but true. Nice, good duck. Woo! Anyway, so to the game. Basically, with Yoshi, Xianghua has a lot of great options to actually counter his various stances and various transitions. Okay, surely that was a misinput. We'll just let him have that one. Oh, too slow. Bad GI. Yikes, I'm dead. Oh. There we go. Let's go. She has a lot of great answers to his transitions and stances. Typically, what I like to do, or what I try to do, is play neutral. But Yoshi's neutral is very good. One of his only weaknesses, one of his key weaknesses, not only key, is his lack of range. The problem is we play a character who can't really abuse that fact. So it's sort of a moot point. Now, for me as a player, I have a really hard time getting over the fact that he has full crouch 3K. That move, to me, is just... I fucking hate full crouch 3K. It gets in my head. I have a really hard time dealing with it. Oh. And, yeah, because he can bait it too. He can, like, crouch, but then do 4KB for a natural combo because you tried to crouch. And so you can't even block, you can't even do like low block against full crouch 3K on reaction because he might just duck into 4KB, and it's like, holy fuck. Like, it's just so much for me. Because what you want to do, right, is you just want to play outside of that Hell Sweep range. But what if you can't, right? What if you play a character like X and you just can't do that? And you have a problem. So. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. So anywho. Yeah, I hate this matchup so much. I hate the character, not the matchup. The matchup's fine. I just hate this character. Why is he staying down? Alright. Place it. AGA. Well, yeah, AGA is 16 frames and plus 2 on block. So it's one of the ways that you as a Nightmare player can actually get a turn. It's a very important move. Definitely. That was ugly. Oops. Back turn. Let's go. Nice. Oh, I like that. Make it awkward. I like that. That's smart. Ah! Oh, that was almost my life, chat. Yo? Yeah, right. No! No! Why am I so ass at this game, bruh? Oh, I'm dead. Oh, you're dead. Gillick versus 2B. Depends. I think most characters... Oh, misinput. My bad. Most characters can deal with 2B quite well. Because she's so punishable. Especially as Killick. Like, your 5B is... Like, you can land so much 5BB into force block on the 3rd B. Oh, fuck. Awkward height. It's really good. If you don't know... So, if you don't know what's punishable on 2B, start there. God, he's just really committing to that to beat my I-10, huh? Wow, I'm an asshole. That's not a combo. Oh, why did that combo? Wait, that's not a... Okay. Well, it is a combo, but it drops. Okay, alright. That was good. Okay. This is going pretty well. He hasn't actually identified that Hell Sweep is free on me, and so I'm lucky in that respect. But he's playing in the ranges at which you would use Hell Sweep, so I am thinking about it. Oh god, it messed up my input there. Get hit. Nice. Oh no, the wall saved him, chat. Nice. I'm just gonna roll here. Roll it out for science. You know how we do. That's fine. I'll stand up here. We're gonna jump. Okay, that was really awkward. Damn, bro. Bam. Oh! 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 No! 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 Fuck. The wall? Oh yeah, maybe. Good point. Because yeah, that usually doesn't work, but I did it anyway. Nice. So he's ducking there now, which is fine. Yeah. I hate people who have moves like that. Like moves that just sort of yeet over top of everything and there's very little you can do about it. Makes me mad. Maybe? Can you GI after 2-2B against I-10? Not auto GIs, but you can regular GI, yeah. Because GI is frame 2, and you're -8, so it's 10. Whereas you can't use the lethal hits, or any of her auto GIs for that matter, because they're frame 4, right? So you can regular GI. Oh boy. We're just gonna stay down. Yep. Thank you for the follow. I will see who it was in just a moment. Oh no, oh no! I'm dead? Yeah. Fuck. Typho, thank you.
Victory will not come easy. Battle 4. Fight.
I am. No. Woo! Bro, this dude be whiffing. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you have to commit to the foot clap there against Xianghua. Okay, he's not finishing the 3B ever, but he didn't punish 6A plus B. We're gonna go for the low kick here. Okay, never mind, we're not back turn. Kappa. I might be dead here. Oh. He might have been able to kill me there, bro. Okay. Surely he knows how to ring me out there. Surely. Surely. Greetings. Oh, traveler. Welcome to my island. Oh. That was a garbage GI punish, but whatever. We have the life lead. He has to come to us. Imagine having your horizontal mid kick stepped to the left because reasons. Couldn't be Yoshimitsu. Oh wait, it is Yoshimitsu. Lol. Aw, nice. Not a real punish, but alright. Control the step. We're gonna control the step. We're going to cancel that. Oh, you didn't get... Oh, I'm dead now. Fuck me. Oh, wow. Bro, this dude... You gotta work on your combos, homeboy. Ow. Get out of there. No! God, I hate when inputs just get eaten by tellies. Or not eaten, but like messed up, you know? Ah! Oh. That's so dumb. I didn't do 4BB, first off. Doing it at that range is completely irrelevant. So he's starting to play weird with this timing, so... I know, right? We should maybe just try to pick up the speed a little bit, force him to GI more. I think that would be correct here. I don't know if that's punishable. I've never actually blocked it. Normally they only do it in combos. Oh, I need to do the lethal hit there. That hit me because 360 hitbox. Are we back turn this time? Yes. Oh, he swung. Why? Part of what makes Yoshi so difficult for me as a player is just how random this character is. Like, you know, you can, and it's viable too. That's the bullshit I hate. Like, he is the bullshit character that is actually viable when you play him like a maniac, and I hate it. That's not real. Why are you? Maybe he's late. I'm getting lucky. Punish. He doesn't know X's punishment at all. I've thrown 3 different I-16s and they've never been punished once. We're gonna look to kill here. You gotta get up. You have to get up. Oh no. Poor lad. So in that situation, PXS is real because I've ended in the 6B2, right? Rank matters not. It does not. Yoshi combos are kind of tricky too. So like, you know, they're not like Xianghua's where it's always the same combo. He actually has a lot of variety. So, oh, let's go. Oki, double low, got up. Let's go low mid. Like I would struggle to play Yoshi or Raph or any character that had variety in their combos that you needed to know. Luffy. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. GG's. Trained Icy Chains? Well. Interesting. Let's move on. I think that's good. Yeah, GG's, sir. Just want to see if I can run the roulette and find another opponent, but yeah, good games. I was wondering, you didn't ring me out like twice. I know they don't go as far, but like, I don't know, man. There were definitely. I'm convinced that I would have just soared out. Full crouch 3K. Oh, you had the stream open, lol. No, it was fun. Maybe, like, I don't know. You would know better than me, of course. Full crouch 3K. It is abusable, but like, it's really good. Like, if I can play outside of the range, so like right about here, then it's great. But my character struggles to do that. So. I find Yoshi very difficult, and the full crouch 3K just adds to that mental taxation. Trying new things. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. I understand. You're East Coast? We had a good connection too. That's interesting. Oh hell yes. Hell yeah. Let's go. What was I gonna say? I forget.
Believe in your power and reach for victory.
I feel like most no. Kind of. Base level X, yeah, they do. But in many cases, no, they don't. At least not her stances. People have a better handle of the matchup as a whole. Oh, not what I wanted. We got 2-2-A? Oh. Okay. 6-6-A B. 6-6-A plus B. Ready? Well, not my fault he didn't do the move he should have used. Wow, it's toxic. You know, maybe one day Maxis will actually use the plus frames there. Even though it doesn't matter, but like they always auto GI, and I'm like, bruh. Please. Oh, God. Okay. No, I was convinced that was a neutral guard, bro. We don't duck those because we trash. I never duck the right cross AA. I don't know why. It's bad. Why does he keep standing up in the 4-4-A hold? It's throwing me off. I'm dying. Sorry. God. Okay. Can I not get cooked by a maxi? Thanks. That'd be great. I'm a dinosaur. I got them boomer reactions. So old, you know. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Giving you an opportunity to play the game, and this is what I get. Okay. This is what happens. This is what happens. Oh my gosh, please. I'm choking on myself, and you just feel so rude. Okay. Okay. Yes, because you're not supposed to use Xianghua stances. They're always fake on transition. I want him to try to 2A plus B me again, and I just want to kill him for it. That's what I want. Or block a 2-2A, that's fine too. That's not 2-2A. No! Fuck off. God, that move is just so irritating. I'm gonna CE here. Oh, ice! I promise, chat, I hit the button to CE. Okay, okay, okay. I'm pissed. The block stun ate the CE.
Victory and bask in the
Okay. I don't get to let you play the game anymore. I fucking CE'd after right cross B. Because no Maxi has the balls to use the follow-up to beat CE there. Alright, fuck you. Nice. Bitch. Bitch. Oop. Misinput. Bitch. Bitch. Get up. Bitch. Bitch. Don't 2A plus me that many times. This is what happens.
Just kidding.
Stop crutching on that move. Oh, it made me stand up. That sucks. Went into the stance, or into a stance that I didn't think he was in, unfortunately. Aha! No punish. Damn, bro. Damn, bro. Negative on transition. So, stance K is I-14. Right? So, if it's minus on transition, why does he keep getting hit by that? Okay. I'm never gonna convert off of that stray 4-4A hit. Do it. Bitch. Get hit. Thanks. What's wrong, Maxi? What's wrong, Maxi? Relying on 2A plus B? So yeah, you can swing into X's transitions on block, and in only some situations can she do the B plus K into A plus B. Okay, why? 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 What the fuck? Fuck. Only sometimes can she get the sorry, what is it called? The A plus B6 lethal hit. What was that? What was all that neutral guard nonsense? Double low. Oh. Double low. Imagine backstepping that. Oh. Imagine, chat. Hiya! No. Hiya! Lol. Get hit by the second one. Oh my! I even said it and I wasn't ready. That's just sad. Ugh. Okay. There's really not much to say here other than he's trying to online me with just spam and 2A plus B. Not much deep dive analysis there, sorry. But GG's nonetheless, but please recognize when stancing like a mad lad isn't working. Okay? What can you do when only the second hit? It's actually, you get the same thing. It's the same plus frames. So you can still 3B. You can still 6BB. I was just not ready, right? Because if people are staying down, they're either going to stay down or they're going to get up and block, right? They're not going to get hit by the second hit. Because if people know the frames, you'll know you actually don't have the frames to get up and do a move and beat the 4-4A. You don't. So, yeah. Like, I don't want to record it because it's a real pain in the ass. But like, if you do this, oh, if you end in B slide K, that's a +8 situation. If you go into 4-4A hold, the opponent can get up in Soul Charge or get up in GI, but they can't actually get up in like 2A or 5A. Not consistently anyway. It comes down to like range and like mostly range, but yeah. That's why 4-4A on Oki is so good. But if the opponent stays down, of course, you can time it and get up and punish me for it, of course. But that's actually quite difficult. Alright, Maxi Boy. Maxi Boy. Let's go. I'm just going to 4B your stance all game. Let's see what you do about it. Ready? Oh, okay, bud. Yeah, that's what you get. What? Oh, I guess because he was back turn. Interesting. That's good to know. Don't do that against a back turn opponent. Ah! Holy fuck. I'm never gonna block it to A+B. I haven't seen that move since like the beginnings of Maxi. Like, that move is so risky. You would never throw that out. Tech trap. Get up, bitch. Don't get up. Watch what happens. Okay. Bro, so done. Here you go. You couldn't resist swinging after that. No way. Bet. Oh, Crybaby didn't come out. That's tragic. All ready for the true grit? Here we go. Ready? Kicks. What do you mean? Kicks aren't gonna help you much. Ugh. His auto GI's cover kicks.
Let your desire.
I think 2A+B is a move that you could consider using, but this homie is like rushing on it. Alright, that's legit. Like, you know, you're looking for the auto GI or the re-GI, excuse me. That makes sense. Like, that's, wow, he committed to that. Oh god. Oh my god. You know, this guy doesn't have a K button or a B button or an A button. He just actually has an A+B button. I'm convinced. Holy fuck. I see. Is that why he keeps getting hit? 'Cause he's trying to fucking challenge it? Okay, I'm gonna look for it. I'm gonna look for 2A+B. What if I'm not reacting to that low that I say is reactable? Cursing. Fuck off. That was bad. I'm gonna just let you stance the whole game. I will give you 7 stars. Okay? I will give you 7 stars. Hell if I care. Try it. Okay, now that I'm looking for it, he's not using it, so forget it. Okay. Oops, misinput. Punish. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, of course you got hit by that. No Jest Frame, I'm trash. He lives.
You can't stop me. Do you give up?
Oh, big man. Imagine knowing your combos. My reactions are garbage too. If they're reactable, I generally have to look for them. Those are very good against me, like even if they're risky. I have a really hard time with lows. I'm more... There we go. Oh yeah, but I don't get a counter hit state, that's right. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Wow, just use half a bar. I don't even need to CE there. I don't want to. I want you to try to 2A plus B and I want to auto GI it. That's what I'm looking for. Oh! Okay, fuck you. Case in point. My god. I don't know why I'm trying to react to that low in an online environment, but you know, here we are.
Just kidding. What's wrong, Maxie? Cat got
The move isn't a bad move. It's just, it's super risky. YCE, just to send a message. That's all. Anywho, typically, when you fight against Maxi, what I suggest you do is you try to let him hang himself. As Shanghua, we can challenge every stance transition with 4B, almost every stance transition with 4B, or every time you see PSL 4B. And if he neutral guards, you can re-GI, but he can't neutral guard in some situations. Cat got his 10. True. So that's important to understand as well. Guess what we'll do is we will look at... I know this matchup. I do. I don't know. Yeah, kicks against Maxi. Yeah, people are stupid. People think Maxi's good though, so I mean, whatever. Anyone who says Maxi isn't in the bottom 10 of the roster, and I say that loosely because you can say he's like the best of the bottom 10, and I'll be like, fine. I don't agree, but fine. Is ludicrous and doesn't know what they're talking about. No, yeah, no. I know the 2v matchup just fine. I think Amy is next, right? Yeah, Amy. Excuse me. Two-hour anti-guide? Yes, but no, right? Yes, but no. Because the thing is, once you know about Maxi, he's not great. But until you've crossed that threshold, he seems great, right? That's the thing. Like, let me just pull an example of one of my favorite things. It's weird, like, what I'm going to demonstrate is, like, it's a good Maxi strat, but it's a bad Maxi strat at the same time. Like, I think this is my favorite example, is when people start talking about his transitions, or, like, back lower, or not understanding what he's doing. I'm like, alright, but have we looked at 4B, right? If you look at 4B in general, it's one of his more common transitions. And if you look at what he can actually do, it's like, oh, huh, the risk reward just isn't there. And so, like, there's the B, which doesn't lead to a combo if it hits you. There's the K, which gives him plus frames and a combo. Or there's the A, which is also a low. So it's like, even if you're just looking at just this one example, you duck after 4B, you block that. Or get hit by that, but you can still block every follow-up, every transition after that. So it's like, alright, for the K, you've avoided plus frames, you blocked that low, and you punish him. Like, oh, but Zedd, he can delay. Well, yeah, but then it's just back lower. At which time you would step duck or RE. So it's like, alright, it's and you can do that every single time, by the way. And then the moment he does PSL, you just throw it a horizontal, and because he's so close to you, you just do A. Okay, I mean, this would be the 2A, of course. Oh wait, no. I fucking lied to you. So yeah, anywho, that's my point, is like, if you just pick a move, and you look at every single option, you'll realize, oh, wait a minute. There's inherent counterplay on every single option, basically. And that's pretty unfortunate. Anywho, what's up? Boom fucking who? Viola is my favorite character as well. But they wouldn't bring her back because this is a soft reboot. So, in the timeline, that doesn't make sense. Siegfried? What about Siegfried bothers you? For B neutral guard? Sure, yeah. That's why I try to be reactive with Maxi, not proactive. Thing is, Viola broke the game because she broke the rules of the game, and so she was pretty toxic. Her buttons in her neutral were like pretty standard actually, but just her combos and the ability to convert into combos because of Brave Edges was super unfair. What's up? Tune everything? Well, that's not helpful. No, not confirmed. Season 3 is not even confirmed. Come on now. How you doing, Tunes? What was I gonna say? Oh, I'm not in queue. Lol. Oh, Siegfried. Right. So if it's a matter of like stances, you can step duck them if you want. If you really want to simplify it for yourself, although it's not a perfect solution by no means. You can step duck all of them on block if he transitions. Now, of course, if a Siegfried does a raw transition, you don't really have the frames to, or you don't have the ability to step duck. Of course, but not broke. You're not broken. She has some incredibly difficult matchups. Her combo power relies on the orb being out and in the right spot. So, there's a lot of setup that goes into her. If it's Siegfried's neutral, that's of course where he's best. He has a lot of pushback on his moves. So closing the gap can be a bit of a pain. In terms of Dark Legacy, if you're talking about the reverse side hold mix, you know, where he goes lower mid.
Yay, the stances.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the sub. Sure, we can do that. I'll show you what I mean. So if he's in DL, you can avoid that lethal hit mix altogether, which is quite interesting, by doing nothing. Fun fact. Oh, okay. Sidestep at the last second. Okay. 7 win streak. This is pretty good.
Battle 2. Fight.
Oh. Oh, now you show up. Okay. It's very laggy. I'm not gonna go for any crazy anti-tech. I'm gonna just bum rush this shit and move on with our lives. Shall we? Oop. Oop. Project Soul? Oh. Bandai Namco. Project Soul is just the team who's part of Bandai Namco. They make the likes of Tekken 7. God, what else do they make? Why am I forgetting publishers right now? Dragon Ball? No. Yes? Yeah, Dragon Ball. Yeah, stepping. That's... yeah. Oh my god, it's so laggy. Just get wrung out. Okay. I can auto-GI that. Oh, but you're doing it anyway. Okay, good. Moving on. I will show you the stances. So let's talk about it.
Just kidding.
Excuse me, sorry. Throat's bugging me this morning. Someone told me to hydrate and I forgot. Sorry. Hey Diz. How you doing? Alright, Siegfried. Maybe reviewing on stream is tough because like it's pretty tedious. But Amy, I think Amy is definitely one of those characters where it's like there's so much to remember in terms of optimizing your defense that it's really hard to perfectly optimize your defense. Alright. I'm low-key dreading going back into Caliber 6-8 hours a day, but here we are. Here we are. Siegfried's a bit tricky for X. To be fair. Alright, let me just double check my notes. See if anything, if there's anything I don't remember. Yeah. Yeah, when people actually played the game, I fought Amy all the time, and I was better against her. But she's one of those characters like her, Yoshimitsu especially. Yeah, probably her and Yoshimitsu, at least in my opinion, are now like they're strong characters, and they require so much work to really keep contained, and yeah, that can be tricky. Okay. Of course. But if you're playing on PC, offline PS4 is worse than a 5-bar on PC. Fun fact. So, I guess we'll just start with side reverse side hold. I'm pretty sure that's the notation name of this move. Doesn't matter. Why is that? Native lag. So the PS4 has built-in native lag that is actually worse than offline PC. But if you play on a 5-bar in PC, like if I played with a guy 2 hours away, you know, for example, on like 2-hour drive, just to throw out a number, it feels better than offline PS4. And so if you're practicing for offline PS4, you actually need to go to, not that, system settings, 5 bars. This is what it feels like to play on PS4 offline. Kind of. This is a lot closer, but it's still not quite the same. So, fun fact. Anywho, so this stance, number 1. I don't think I'm going to miss any options. It's not a decision so much as it is a hardware limitation issue. So, first thing is you have the A, very slow, high, right? The B is the mid that goes into a bit of extra damage, and the K is of course the low. Now other options he has are you can cycle into other stances, of course. The A plus B as well is that, and then the K hold as well goes back into this stance. And I think that's all of the options out of this stance, if memory serves. The native delay is the same, Tiz, but the loading times on the PS5 are better. So to deal with all of these options, like I don't know what goes into this stance, but there, 6A. Let's just say 6A. Excuse me. Let's say 6A hits you and they go for the low, right? Let's just say. Or not hits you, you block it. Sorry. So if you block 6A, right? Let's just say, what you can then do is step duck, and you'll avoid it all, or block it all. Right? Now, pre-vertical changes, it actually mattered what way you stepped. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't matter which way you step for this stance. Okay, B. Oh, jeez. A plus B. Right? So you can see here, you just step duck on the 6A. The reason why 6A might be one of the more plausible options, by the way, is because of the existence of 6AA and 6AB. So if you're playing and you're hesitant and you're looking for the follow-ups, he may try to go into stance to throw you off, but don't be fooled. The amount of frames he gets to go into stance aren't enough to make it like a real mix, even if you slightly delay it. So if we look at this, for example, right? That's probably the latest you can go, and you're just going to get hit, right? So you kind of want to look for it. Bit tricky, right? But it is what it is. This stance, base hold, this one's kind of a given. Correctly. Oh, yes, so you don't get avoided, yeah. Base hold, he has the B, which you can now step both directions. He has the K, which you can step both directions. Although I advise you step to Siegfried's right. And then he has the A, which is a low, and the A, which he can cancel. Sorry, that's A plus B. I'm getting ahead of myself. There we go. And then A plus B. So, this is another situation where you would step duck. So, one of the more common ones, right? This, right? This is probably the most common Siegfried move you'll see. So, boom, step duck. Sorry. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Imagine actually playing this character. Step, right? Don't even need a duck, really. Like, that's the thing. This stance is pretty slow. It's often why you won't see Siegfried's actually commit options out of it, because everything's just so slow. But worth talking about nonetheless, right? Pretty straightforward. And then this one's the last one. No, then the behind, right? So this one, I'm not sure what he would use to go into it. I'm gonna be honest with you, but like I can't put it in my head what he uses to go into this stance. But he has A hold, which is a low. A, which, you know, and then he has the A. I think there's a cancel out of there as well. A, which is a high, and then B, which is that. So, or A plus B. Yeah, sure. Sure. In this situation, it's the same thing. It's just a step duck, right? Hey, Abyss. This is a high. That's that. That's a low. Now here's the kicker. So they actually buffed the speed of this transition, if you don't know. And this kick is actually, I believe that's actually I-10. Believe it or not. I think. Sorry, let me do, yeah, there. Let me get him to block, sorry. So on hit, right, you'll see here, I can't step, right? I can't do anything. I can't even, like, GI. You just have to hold that. Okay. So, on hit, this is a hold, by the way. On hit, you kind of just have to hold this, and you'll notice you can't duck. And that's actually, I'm pretty sure that's why they buffed it. It was one of the reasons that, you know how they list their changes, and like, we felt like blah blah blah. I'm pretty sure this is so that you had to inspect it on hit. Right? So I can't GI and I can't duck, for the record. That's why on hit, I don't really talk about this transition much. But on block, step duck, right? Because this is slow, that I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory. And then this one, a little quick, but you know, is what it is. And then the last one, let's use 3B as our reference point. This one kind of trips people up a little bit. So, you know, let's do 3B into KK, just real quick. You try to punish this, right? Well, okay. You could swing, what is it, I-14? Yeah, I-14 in trade, right, with the K. But if you swing an I-14, and he does, say, this, right, you're not going to hit him, okay? So you can still do that, it's still a good option, but just be careful, okay? Now, I have a I-14 horizontal. If I try to do that, and he does this, oh wow, that actually catches that. Lol. Not that I want to trade anyway, I'm just saying. Right? Sure. Now, what if we start to swing, like, I-12s? Well, okay. So if I do my 4B, for example. Oops. What am I doing? That happens. Okay. And I think if you have... Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. I don't often, like, I try to go big on that one. Maybe here. Maybe that's the... Oh. Okay, so yeah, you can I-12 there, I guess. The more you know. I don't, and I'll tell you why I don't. And this is probably why I didn't know that. Okay. Xianghua has this curse of always being out of range for everything. In this matchup, and Astaroth as well. So the way that I know this matchup is probably a little different than how other characters can play it. Because I'm pretty sure... Like, if he does it here... Yeah, I can't hit my I-14 because I'm too far. And if he does this... Or, not the I-14. Yeah, not the I-14. Sorry, the I-12. Yeah, so it still hits me. Yeah, so it still hits me. I-12's trade with K? Okay. There we go. So you can see it's kind of weird, right? It's weirdly inconsistent. For me. And this is a character issue. It's not like a big thing if you're most other characters, but for X, we have some range problems. So my bad, I didn't know that. So you can challenge him after his Wall Rising B and 3B. But let me tell you what I do nonetheless, because you might prefer this, because Talon might also have the same problem. But You might also be able to 6k due to the range of it. I don't know. That's something you'll have to look at. What I do is I step duck, and then depending on what he does, I either auto GI or punish. So I'll show you what I mean by that. If it's in range, yes. If it's in range. AAB and 3B, no. More often than not with X, you're stuck using 4B, which is 12 frames, but it has good range. CE, obviously, and then 6A, again, because of range. You're sort of relegated to these longer, weaker buttons. But yes, optimally, if you can punish with AA over 4B, you should. I use AA as my punish, AA hold specifically. I use this as my punish up until I-16. Because it just gives so much value and so much potential gain. So, you know, 18 damage into a potential of, you know, all of this, right? So, anyway, War Rising B, more often than not, you'll see players go for the K series. So I'm going to show the other options first. Okay. So this is a high, low. I can, again, step duck, no problem. B option, just a mid. You avoid that. Now the K is where it gets a little mucky. This is KK. Alright. It's a mid-high. If he does K hold, I'm just going to use 3B because it's... Not K hold, just K, excuse me. Like that. Step duck doesn't really work, right? So basically at this point you'd have to swing and sort of hope for the best. Now, I don't see Siegfrieds do this too often, but it is a good play. So, the other option he can do is, before I move on, you see that hit me. So what I do is, oh, that was bad, sorry. I will step duck, but I will look for the sword to come forward and do my best to either step again or auto GI. More often than not, step again, because the auto GI, you know, that's a bit... If I'm wrong, then I'm fucked, right? Oh, jeez. Alright, please. There we go. So, often... God, I'm confusing myself. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Right? If I don't want to fuck around, and I see him do a kick, you can actually double step duck and you're fine. Or like step duck step and you're fine. If you don't want to take like any risk, right? If you're just like, fuck it. I don't want to mess around with it. I don't want to mess up. Step duck step. Works every time. But in a perfect world, what I do, like that, right? So what I'm looking for is the sword coming back from behind him or the kick coming overhead. And so, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm not even inputting the move. There we go. Yeah? And sometimes I get it and sometimes I don't. I'll be honest. There are times where I'm like just too late to the punch and I miss it, so that might look like that, right? And you know what? That's just on me, right? That's on me. Anyway, sorry that took so long to explain, but so yeah, you can step duck or step duck step. You can challenge with I-12s if you're up close, which I didn't realize that, so that's great to know. Yeah. After the Hori parry, I don't know. Oh wait, for X or for Siegfried? I was doing the vertical parry there, not the horizontal. Anywho, hope that helps, Zulu. If you want to simplify it for yourself, you can step duck his stances. If you want to be cheeky because you're Talum, you can probably 6k most of them. Or like step 6k or step 4b maybe. Like, I'm not 100%. You'd have to double check. In some cases, you might even be able to just raw 2-2A. For X? Oh, it's probably like the hardest combo in the game, low key. So do this 6 BB. Or 6 KA. Step duck, full crouch, 3 BB. Yep. Yep, that could work really well. Good reward. How do you make people respect through A on hit? Well, there's 2 ways you can do that. Hope that helps, by the way. Million hit combo? No, not at all. It's a joke because the lethal hit's so weak for the risk. So you just mean this situation, right? The 3A is -2 on hit, which is pretty good. At least it's good for what it's going to do. So it depends on what they're challenging you with or what they're doing. So if they're just swinging 2A right away, so check this out. I will let's say Shenghua, I try to do 3A into 2A. Okay. So this 2A has become an I-14 2A, just to show you what that looks like. I get a clash here. Okay. Just to show you that the math is correct, I clash here because that 2A is I-14. Yeah. Any good step ducks? What? You just move duck. And as you come up out of the duck, you full crouch 3BB. Anyway, it depends what they're doing. So if they try to do a move that's slower, your 2A will win. If they try to do anything that isn't crouch, you have 3AK. So 3AK, watch, I'm gonna try to just do 2A, okay? Check it out. I get hit. What you have to do here is you have to crouch first and then 2A. Most people don't know that, or if they do, they don't show me that they know. So 3AK is a great way to get the opponent to be like, oh, I can't just swing here. That's one option. The other thing is if they're just like ducking into 2A like I demonstrated, like that. What you want to do is you would 3A the crouch throw, which would beat it. 3A2 crouch throw. This one's a little slower, but it kind of gets the same job done. If someone tries to twitch duck like this, that doesn't work either. Check this out. They block it. Because that's not how twitch duck works in this game. You can't really fuzzy properly. It's not a thing. So that kick is whiffing, but I'm actually not even twitch ducking. In this situation, the crouch throw would actually be hitting me. So, yeah. That's that. Or you can do 3A into an auto GI as well. If you want to be an asshole, you can do this. 3A, crouch cancel, 2A plus B. So watch this. That's super optimal though, and like the biggest read of your career. So careful with this one, but it is an option. The other thing is you do 3A into nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Because here's what you have to understand about Shenghua, and this goes for almost everything she does. You have to condition them to look for one thing and elicit a response and then do something else. She's all about conditioning. She's all about set play, and set play, if you're not familiar with that term, means the evolution and the development of the mental stack is what the phrase is throughout the length of a set. And mental stack refers to, at this range, What is the most likely option Xianghua is going to do? What is the most threatening option Xianghua is going to do? Well, the answer is a 3B, right? How do I make it so the opponent fears this particular option the most? And what do I do with that information? That's what the mental stack is called. How do you beat a 3K? 3A2. Oops. I'm standing up way too early. Oh, lol. Hers hits PXS. I didn't know that. Oh, that's great. That's great. Maybe I did know that, but it's not really relevant. That's funny. So yeah, this would beat it in the particular case of Xianghua. I didn't know that. That's great. Or that. Oh, not that. So yeah, 3AA plus B. Most 3Ks though are horizontals. So if that was the case, or not horizontals, they're either horizontals or like thrusting verticals. That's more common than hitting X out of PXS. I mean, it makes sense actually, because her foot just lifts off the floor. That's good to know, actually. So for example, with Sophie, right? This one as well, it comes up from the ground. So it does clip her, same thing. Now you go to one that's pretty good, and a horizontal mid, like Maxi. Let's use Maxi as an example. 3A into 2K. It's only good if the opponent lets it be good. I don't do it very often, because that makes the 2K I-18. Okay. So for example, Maxi's 3K is very good, right? But the thing is, they wouldn't really challenge with 3K here unless like they thought you were going to do 3A into sidestep, right? There's no other reason to actually 3K here with a 3K like this one. But nonetheless, what you would do is you would simply stay down and then BB. Like that. You gotta get creative, bro. I wouldn't say it's good, it's good if the opponent lets it be good. If I missed any questions from anyone, please repost them. I tried not to. I didn't just skip over you like an asshole. Alright, let me run and use a washroom, and then we'll queue up again. So much for going over Amy. At least not yet. Okay. There is no well rising 3A. Only full crouch 3A. Ask a lot of questions, but I like it. Next first Killick. Depends what you're comfortable with. And by that I mean, you can play against Killick in the neutral, or you can rush him down. It's kind of up to you. Just be aware that Killick has tools to sort of match what you're trying to do. So I actually find that matchup very even, very 50-50. he has some things that are really strong against X. We have some things that are really strong against him. He, for example, sorry, his 4A, the low that he has to sweep a bunch of times and get a lethal hit. We're one of the only characters who can crouch throw that on block, and it's only -12, I believe. So most other characters only get like a Wa Rising K or a Wa Rising B, whatever their I-12 is. Whereas we get a crouch throw. So that right there is pretty awesome in terms of risk reward on one of his more common annoying lows.
Block this. Block this.
In general, Killick in the neutral wants to whiff punish you, but it's really hard to whiff punish Xianghua, right? So that's just sort of an inherent advantage that we have. His soul charge is still good against X, as it is with most other characters. His monument stance is very good in this matchup. Yeah, honestly, it's 5-5. I don't have like any surefire things other than just learn the strings, learn what you can auto GI, learn where to duck, and kind of the basics, right? You just kind of have to fight Killick the same with most characters. I don't think there's any character out there that's like, oh, I have this distinct game plan against Killick. I don't think Killick mains could probably comment more on that, but I think for the most part, he's pretty much handled the same across the board. And that's what makes him a pretty reliable pick, too. Like, he doesn't take long to learn his counterplay like Zendo says, but he also doesn't have like a whole ton. If he's playing tight, he's very good at the pokes, he has decent range. His movement's pretty average. His soul charge is where it gets a little weird. His soul charge is where you kind of have to stick your neck out in some situations. But that's entirely up to the player. I find myself blocking a lot against his soul charge. I don't have a problem with that. Other thing I'll comment about the soul charge is because his soul charge CE is a 12 frame, and we are the safest character in the game. That is another point for us, right? Because Killick, when he's in soul charge, characters like 2B basically doesn't get to play the game. Nightmare basically can't do anything without seriously risking it for the biscuit. Like, you know what I mean? You cannot be -12 against Killick, even more so than Xianghua. But X, we're not really -12, right? So that's good for us. But in terms of, so you asked about Wa Rising 3A, there isn't one. There's full crouch 3A. Okay, bye, fucking idiot. Full crouch 3A is a good move to use whenever you. I actually, full crouch 3A derives my whole game plan. Can you be good without knowing frame data? Yes. Yes. You can even, in this game, you can simplify it to the point of, oh, that's a punishable move. I'm just going to use AA against it, which is just this. You can really simplify it that much while you're learning, and you don't even need necessarily to punish, because a lot of the moves that decent players will use aren't punishable. This game's primary strength, like what will separate you from the other people that you're learning with and playing against, is going to be how good you are at movement. First and foremost, the better your movement, like good movement will carry you to B ranks easily. If I'm just going to use the rank spectrum for a moment, good movement will carry your ass to high C, low B. And it's only at that point, around the high C, low B, that you're going to have to start learning frame data finally. Yeah, so I wouldn't worry about it early. Try to learn your own characters though, just so you know what you're doing. But other than that, pretty much good to go. Now, full crouch 3A. What's the name again? Zuilam? I said it right. Maybe I didn't. This move, assuming this is what you're talking about, is really good. It is a pretty ambiguous low, even though it is, I believe, 22 frames. So it's about a 30 frame low from neutral, which sounds like a lot, right? But the thing is, the crouch animation is kind of like I was saying with Yoshi's Hell Sweep, where we can cover it by the fact that we have a full crouch 3B option. This move is so good because of the situation on hit. And that situation is 0 on hit, which is pretty uncommon for a low that does 24 damage, and is a horizontal one. It has extensions for different reasons. It's one of her best stance transitions in the game, and it sets up backstep catch. So, for example, you'll see me do this religiously. I'm like the king of this. It is unreactable. Yeah. So, yeah, full crouch 3A is a great low, but just keep in mind it is risky, and the reason why I say that is if it's blocked, most characters have a launcher from crouch or while rising state, and you will get destroyed because the amount of time you have to, like, right? Now, if that's why even if it's blocked, I try to commit to the A personally, and so I would do this on block very often because A, why not? But also B, that can happen, which is awesome. And so if the opponent's like, aha, aw, right? Aha, aw. So now the opponent has to stay down even longer, which they're probably not ready for, and then punish. Okay, so that's one little neat trick to sort of make this move safer than it really is, right? So yeah. You're trying to learn frame data, only D rank? Yeah? You should learn your own characters, but... Why is he considered low? Wasn't he one of the best? Depends when you played. You played in Season 1, he was one of the best, yes. Hey Dola.
Challenge your limits.
If you watch my tier list video, you'll know that I say Siegfried's not bad, it's just Nightmare exists. They do slightly different things, but to me, I don't see why you would pick Siegfried over Nightmare other than preference. So again, I don't think anybody considers Siegfried low tier. That's why it's important to look at the context and the brackets I have around my tiers. An East Coast Mina in an online environment. Riveting.
Battle 2. Fight.
While rising B. No, if you are rising B, the A will hit you. That's why I say I cover it with the A. Ooh, patient. Shit. I'm shocked. This connection's actually... Fuck, no wall splat, dude. No! There it is.
Battle 3. Fight.
Hope I didn't miss anything. Oh, people like to duck. Yeah, so with X, it's actually super ill-advised to duck because of her plethora of launchers, with them being safe. Right, so that's important to remember. If they're ducking you, you're not conditioning properly. Oh my god, no wall splat again! Oh! Fuck. Yeah. Correct.
Battle 4. Fight.
Yes, exactly. Full crouch 3AA exists to cover the weakness of crouching full crouch 3A. A lot of people don't recognize that that's a thing. Oh no, this is awkward. What? I canceled that, just saying. Sit here for a moment. Soul charge. Uh-oh. Oh fuck. Baited.
The battle is over. Show respect
That's
for the
annoying.
fallen who fought so bravely.
Woo! What is this?
Damn, bro. Okay. This is a garbage map to fight Sungmina on, but here we are.
One. Fight.
Alright, it is delay, but it's actually not too bad, so we can play some games. Yep. That's not real, bro! Oh no! People are still going for that. Please save me. Damn. Ugh. I just don't know why people still go for it, is more what I'm on about. I hate fighting Mina online. Yeah, it's plus on block, okay. The reason why I hate fighting Mina online is for one reason only, and that is 6A. Because 6A, you can like step duck in the neutral and be fine, but because of the fact that that process is delayed, it can be super annoying to deal with.
Battle 3. Fight.
2 hours? Yes, probably. No, 4-4A is 150% reactable. And on Oki, you can get up, block, and still crouch block. So, like, it's not even a good strat like that. I just find it strange. I haven't fought a Mina in a long time, to be fair. But I just find it shocking that people still go for it. That's all. Oh. I was just a hair late. That was tragic. The shitty part about this matchup is X can barely punish a thing. And it sucks. Because of the range. Just the distance I'm left at, there are many situations where yeah, approach ball. There are just many situations. Oh, I should have waited. That was a kill if I waited. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Smash it out, bro. Okay. There are many situations where Xianghua cannot punish Sungmina because of range limitations, and it fucking sucks. It sucks, dude. I hate it.
The battle is over. Show respect for the...
That felt good.
Blah.
Battle 1. Fight.
Wow. Come on. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay.
Battle 2.
The idea is you want to try to stay in close constantly. I know that sounds like a given, but it's true. Nice, good block. Ah, I stepped. Maybe I can't step that. Not sure. No! Damn, bro. Do the Zedd thing. Here we go. Now we're getting. Just had to. Here we go.
Just kidding.
But yeah, we can play. Alright, we have the lead. She has 2 bars, so I don't need to take risks. I don't need to throw it away, right? I don't need to do much. I can just play it kind of cool. Oh, nice! You knew to duck there. Smart. You fight Incendiate too much. True story. 3B into CE? Okay! Okay! Surely that was a misinput. Surely. No way. Surely that was a misinput. Okay. Yoki. Or like Yomi, am I right? Holy shit.
Just kidding.
The battle is over. Show respect for the fallen who fought so bravely.
Hey Rob. Misinputs. Stream nerves? I don't have nerves when I'm on stage. Offline or online. Not additional, like tournament. If I'm in an offline setting, or like there's big money on the line, my nerves are really high and I play very well. But I don't have normal, like Wednesday night fights, for example. No. No nerves. Oh, bye. At all. But no, because for me, streaming while playing, I would say the only thing it does that benefits me in terms of performance is, you know, the better I'm able to compete while talking to you guys and watching chat, the better I am when I'm 100% focused on the game, right? So there is that. Like Yoki is one of the best Minas out there, and they play in New York, and like they're an incredibly strong player. So the fact that I'm, you know, that I went 3-0, and the fact that I'm even contesting while streaming and chatting the entire time, you know, to me that's a win, right? Nice. Should give me CE? Yes, it does. Yeah. Better under stress? Yes, because healthy stress can also be healthy. I normally sweat a lot. You guys probably notice whenever I stand up or lift my arms that under my arms is quite dark. It's the reality. I'm not ashamed of it. And so for me in tournament, I sweat a lot, but I also, like, I normally have pretty subpar reactions. And, no. And playing in tournament kind of fixes that problem. Because when you put healthy strain on your body, it heightens the senses. Ah! Nice. Oh my gosh, I'm so impatient, bro. Wow, that's... Wow, hello. Nani the fuck? Here we go. Huh! Hands and feet? My hands? So here's the thing. My hands and feet sweat a lot every day. All day. That's why I wear socks basically every day of the year. Yeah. So. Oh, hey, Destro. How's it going? EA is more for the lulz, but it's to jump for 1B, right? This is one of the few matchups where I actually use EA, and not as a troll. Oh, I didn't avoid that? I didn't step that? Bam. Crouch. Aww. Oh. Anyway, okay. I guess I just always have to look for it. Like that. I cannot... Oh. While Rising B is so AIDS for X to deal with. Alright, how are you? Oh, that was unfortunate. Bro, it's not this good. Like, I'm telling you 6A is not this good. It's not. Like, it's just not. God. I'm guarding after every single step. It's ugh. Whatever. I think BA is slept on. Oh, it's pretty bad. Killick? Yes. X can seldom ever punish Killick while Rising B. Even at most ranges, I can't see. Perfect.
Battle 2. Fight.
No way!
See, I don't know, Tiz. I feel like you're being baited by that. No one can tell you how to deal with stream nerves.
Battle 3. Fight.
Because it's hard to do. I wouldn't give anyone money to teach me how to deal with stream nerves. I think that's silly. Not that you're looking for help for it, but what I mean is, it's entirely subjective. Like, yeah. So if it helps, great, but I think that's silly to charge for that. Oh, did I bait the wave? Damn, bro. Yikes. I have the lead. Fuck. It's gonna throw me and I'm gonna be sad.
Final battle. Fight.
Bro! Oh my god. 2-2A plus B baited me as usual. I am also going to go wild. Oh no! Okay. I was too slow. Oh, I hate my life. Fuck.
Claim victory and bask in the glory. Battle 1. Fight.
Oh, jeez. That was tragic. I hit 2 to go into PXS, but it didn't put me in PXS for some reason. Oh. Okay. Let's keep her close. Let's go double low. Nice. Okay.
Battle 2. Fight.
Yeah, she does.
3. Fight.
Oh. Okay, Jesus. I soul charged! Okay, fuck it. Just take it. I don't care. I don't care.
Claim.
What is this?
Yoki. Why am I doing this to myself?
Fight.
Well, I know why I'm doing it to myself, because nobody on this western half of the continent plays this character anymore. So I never get experience against her. Bro, okay. It's just, this is one of those characters where fighting them in an online environment is like night and day in terms of what you can do and how you do it. And that's what causes me so much grief. It's frustrating to not be able to step moves that I know are coming, or like, yeah, that's kind of the main thing. Or block that when I know for a guaranteed fact I can tech, react, and crouch block. It's ridiculous. I just find it very irritating. I thought that was gonna crouch, or not crouch. Why'd I say that? Crack. Too low. Oh. I mean, Yoki's good, like, let's be clear, but there are certain small things that I'm trying to do that just aren't working because the step is like delayed, or maybe the just, yeah, this delayed movement in a matchup like Mina or Ivy or even like Nightmare is awful. Like it's awful. If movement is your key defensive game plan, which it is for me, it's awful. And so that's why I hate fighting this character, because nobody on like the middle of NA or even the west of NA plays this character. So the only way that I can ever fight her is by fighting East Coasters, and it's just so frustrating.
The battle is over. Show respect for the fallen who fought so.
Anyway. GG's regardless. But man, I wish there was a Mina on this coast. There's a stable connection for sure. Pretty good. But it's just one of those matchups for me. Or like my steps come out late, and so things like the War Rising K will clip me or whatever, right? It is what it is. Typically what I do is I step a lot in her face, but when it's delayed, it's like things like the War Rising K will hit me, right? Or the 3B plus K will hit me, or 3B slide K, excuse me. So that's all, right? It's just the little things that really matter when it comes to movement, all of a sudden just get thrown in the trash when you're playing coast to coast, and that's all. It makes me upset because, or frustrated because, I could have really good games against Yoki. I won a couple of those, but just our connection to each other says, no, fuck you. Mina gets the advantage because you just have to deal with her big ass weapon, and don't even dare try moving or I'm going to hit you anyway. That's the problem. And if it's not her, it's Noah with his fucking Wi-Fi connection, or, you know. And when I play on Parsec, if I play on Parsec and LBC, it's 74 ms, which is the same as like a slightly like what I just played on is what it feels like when I'm playing on Parsec on NLBC. So yeah, I don't have a way to get good Mina experience in a reliable way, and by that I mean my defense and movement can be reliable. My favorite Xianghua is probably 4.
Battle 1. Fight.
Primarily because she had more feints and cancels, and Leisha in 5 had some of those as well. Whereas in 6 they sort of pulled her back to her Soul Calibur 2 and 3 designs, but they did give us PXS, which is cool.
Battle 2. Fight.
So in terms of gameplay, I liked 4 the best. But I do really like Soul Calibur 6 Xianghua. They gave me a lot of options that I didn't have in the past. So, in terms of design in costumes, I really like SC2 Red Xianghua. I really like SC4 Xianghua, and I really like Leisha's outfit. I don't mind Xianghua's outfit here, but it's not my favorite. Oh, why did I go away from him? Not that it would have mattered, probably, but... Raytheon? Yeah, I can't fight certain players just because it's... And they play certain characters where it's like, well fuck, I don't get to play the game. That hit my PXS. That's all. If I ever run into like people from the New York area or the East Coast, I tend to not play them very much because it's not the rank point. I don't give a shit about the rank points, but it's everything to do with my enjoyment of what's going on. Right? The unfortunate reality that I've commented on for a while is, and I'll say it, I don't care. West Coast is kind of ass for trying to improve at the game. And there are a few reasons for this. The first is, this kind of goes for most scenes and areas. They don't have any interest in like, I'm being very general, let's be clear. Most players over here don't have any interest in like running sets on a regular basis or striving to improve. It's always like, what's the next gimmick I can beat you in Wednesday night fights with? What's the next bullshit online strat that I can employ that's gonna work once and then I'll stick with it? And just that sort of attitude holds the West Coast back. Or they barely play the game unless it's Wednesday night fights. Whereas on the East, there's a whole fuck ton of like, you got the Boominati team battles, you've got the Triple J Roses, you have NLBC, you have everyone basically playing with each other in 5-bar connections, you have basically the best caliber players on the East Coast always playing with each other, and they're growing together. They're proceeding, they're improving at a rate that West Coast will never be able to keep up with because of the fact that they put in the time, they put in the hours. Whereas over here, we're just like, yo, what's up? Yeah, okay, fuck you. Here's my gimmick. Like, oh. Or like Character Crisis. Oh my god. I don't know what it is with you West Coast folks. You guys can't just pick a damn character. Like, it's not advantageous for any of us for you to main like 4 characters, okay? Like, hate to break it to you. Like, and it sucks because when I play a set against someone and they're picking like their 3rd, I'm like, well, alright, this is kind of free. I'm not saying they shouldn't explore other characters. Let me be super clear, okay? I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is when you main 4 characters, it's like you can't possibly improve at an even like even at a snail's pace because you have way too much to consider. Can't see either. I got a Discord message. I did. Anyway, to anyone here who's on the West Coast, I'm just being very vague. And again, this isn't everybody, okay? This is how I feel. Even if it's not true, this is how I feel about playing over here. And it sucks, really. It sucks. I want to be where the best are, and to be the best, you have to play the best. Like, the only person we have over here who's like considered one of the best is Efukai. But most of you know we don't exactly see eye to eye in many situations. So the Baltic Sea. There you go. I like that. Don't even have a main and play everywhere. Yeah. And again, like, to people who want to do that, all the power to you. But when people constantly play like 4 characters, they cannot make a decision, it's like, it's not helpful for me, like, being selfish. It's not helpful for me to improve when you know, like, less and less and less and less as we go down the list of characters you play, right? What disagreements do we behold? I just don't really like him as a person. I respect him as a player, always have, always will. But we just don't see eye to eye. I find him very in your face. I find him very rude. His ego is the size of Mount Everest. It's what it is. Like, you don't have to like everybody. I don't like Zedd, but I respect him as a player, and that's, at this point, I keep it about the game. I don't talk about people as people. I don't know him as a person, right? It's just my interactions with him have always been negative. They've never been positive. And so because of those interactions, I tend to just keep it about the game when it comes to him. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Ah! Huang, by the way, I was going to say, Huang is, yeah, he has a large amount of moves, but he does have a lot of gaps and openings in his strings, or a lot of, like, duckable or steppable situations, so just learning those is excuse me, key. Oh, shoot, that was bad. Did I play sports? I did.
Battle 2. Fight.
Play your best when you get rollback. Yeah, so that's something else, right? To sort of touch on that point. If I had better connections with people in like the central or the east, oh yeah, I wouldn't complain. Like, then the whole coast argument would be completely irrelevant. But the reality is, I don't have games with high competitive integrity when I fight people on the East Coast. That is the reality of the situation. And arguably, it's why I did so well at the Deus Ex Kylo, because even though I took down people I've never beaten before, it was in Iowa, the server, and so because it's in Iowa, I was only getting like 40 MS, which is reasonable. Like, that's fine. And then same thing, like the MLBC guys would get the same connection, so it was fantastic. I could actually do the things I was trying to do. And ever since that day, that was back in December, it reaffirmed, like, yeah, okay, I do know what I'm doing. It's just when I fight these East Coasters on MLBC Parsec or online, I get fucked because I can't do the style of defense that I do, which is very movement heavy, typically. I could have CE'd that. Oh.
Battle 4. Fight.
Zev. We don't see eye to eye, but I respect him as a competitor. It's very good. I mean, I did, though. Like, no one expected me to get top 8. Like, I don't think anyone expected that, because when the East Coasters fight me, it's either delay online for both of us, or delay for me in Parsec. Like, every NLBC that I've competed in, I've gone 0-2, and it's always because getting, like, run countered out of nowhere, they're able to move so much better than I am, and it's a tragedy, really.
Just kidding.
Blessings for those who have repeatedly escaped the clutches of death.
I don't know what Yen Divide is. Oh, 1A. It's awkward. Huh. 2A. Oh, I forgot. Yes. Ugh. I would have done it in that match, but I forgot. $6BB for damage, or B slide K for Oki, or you can do 6B2 for PXS pressure, or go for a tech. But yeah, the NLBC guys, they have like a great connection to the Parsec servers. I don't. So what you would see is, well, here I'll just control it myself. I may not have done it right. Yeah, too fast. Okay, you can get a crouch throw there. It's a pain in the ass to lap. But yeah, you can do the 1A into 6BB, or you can do the 1A into B slide K, or you can do the 1A into 6B2. Oops, 6B2. Full with the follow, thank you. How's it going? Oh yeah, Discord. Full. Florida. Yes. Yes. I'm West Coast Canada. It's not the fact I'm Canada. That's the thing. It's I'm West Coast Canada. That's the problem. And Faceless with the follow. Thank you. It's corner to corner. Yeah, exactly. It's corner to corner. Let's go for Gui. Yeah. And I have really good internet. So I'm doing the best I can in terms of that aspect. A lot. Yeah. Well, so that's, yeah. So again, that's why it's worth it to me to participate in this one. I don't usually play in anything that isn't the West Coast, like Wednesday Night Fights or the Quarantine League run by the PNW guy, or the Battle Lounge. Because to those servers, I have about a 30 MS, which is great. It is what it is. I tried playing an NLBC for weeks, but the fact that I was just getting, I wasn't having fun, and I was just getting run countered when I stepped. And so the reason why that happens, by the way, it's not that I'm necessarily getting hit mid-step, because I know for the most part where you can and can't step based on frames, right? It's the step input is coming out later. So therefore, on their screen, right, because in Parsec, on their end, they're able to react better, or, you know, respond to the fact that I'm not moving and swing their move. But on my screen, I've already inputted the step, but it hasn't come out for that extra delay. And if you take the innate delay of the... Oh no, there isn't on Parsec. If you take the frame delay, which is about 5 to 7 frames, depending on the situation, it's a lot. Have you ever tried to play a rollback game with 6 frames of delay? It feels awful. So, nice. I love when full crouch 3AB just whiffs. Great. Typically for rollback games or anime games, your ideal frames is less than 4. Like 2 to 3 is pretty standard. Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. Thanks. They are colored after my team. I don't make customs ever, but I do have a recolor for my sponsors. Shot. That's the thing. Yo, I want to beat this RE pretty bad. I'm gonna look for it. Come on. Oh. It's too fast. Or too late. Yeah, so they're yellow, black, and white, and... Oh my... Yes!
Victory will not come easily. It must be seized. Battle 3. Fight!
Okay. That was awkward. Oh my lord. Okay, okay, okay. So anytime this dude whiffs, he's just gonna RE. Got it. Hold it. Oh. Could have CE'd there, but why bother? Here we go. What are you gonna do if I run away? Hmm? Nice! Great use of soul charge. It's awesome. Really. I think I could time him out, maybe? Oh wait, go wait. Right. Okay, hold on. Uh-oh. No! There it is. Yo, Yon. What's up? Thanks for the follow, homie. Are you excited for your new character? She looks kind of, to me, she looks kind of like boring. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Yeet! Oh. Yeet! I saved you. Oh, just kidding. Lydia, yeah.
The goddess of victory smiles upon
Looks
a
fun.
strong
Fair enough.
spirit.
Yes, I do.
Thanks for the exercise.
Yes, I do. So bad, because he's G1 with a custom. Dead? No, no. This game's not dead. Not at all. You can easily queue up and find matches online. And depending where you are in the world, I don't know if you're East or West Coast, but there are weeklies for both coasts every week. So, with decent or good competition on both. And the other Luminary Caliber players, they're having troubles right now with their confidence and stuff, or their ability. But if you want to learn the game, I would say, not so humbly, that I'm the guy to talk to. because when it comes to teaching this game, ain't no one like Zeddy Boy. And I've played a lot of Tekken, so I can make comparisons as well. Tekken. Well, I mean, Tekken already had the season 4 confirmed, right? Or whatever it is, 4 or 5. 4? 4. And it was a short one. It's a mini season. They got 2 characters and 2 stages, and that's it. And then the different updates, of course. But yeah. Siegfried, yeah. So Siegfried's stances, they're the problem with his stances is in many situations you can't hit confirm them, and you have to commit to them. Like you have to hold down the input of the move you did to go into a stance typically, and those stances have buttons or like catch-all things that you can do against them. So his stances are pretty risky to just use. With that said, him having the parries and the dodges and all that does make it a little annoying, but they're not as good as they were in Season 1, which you played back then. So we use, it's kind of Tekken, but it's backwards. So it's A, B, K, G. A is horizontal, B is vertical, and K is kick. And then G is guard, of course. And then the move notation is just like the numpad on your keyboard. 7, 8, 9, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. You're talking the directions. We don't use down, forward, back, down, back. In my opinion, having played most every fighting game notations, I find that the Soul Calibur one, because it stayed the same across time, is awesome, but it's also easy to write and easy to read. Whereas when you're writing out like a Tekken combo, it's super fucking annoying because you have to do like df dot number plus number, or like db dot, and like there's letter, like it makes the combos look way more complicated than they really are. Yeah. Whereas Calibur, there's only 3 attack buttons, so it's much easier, and the combos in this game are much shorter than Tekken on a one-to-one basis. There are some exceptions, obviously. But it's easy to read because there's less shit that you have to read. A and B. Yeah. I'm not in Q. Why am I not? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm going to... What am I going to do? I don't remember. We were either gonna have steak for dinner tonight or tomorrow. I can't remember. I guess it doesn't matter. Astaroth? Interesting. What do you play in Tekken? Steve and Akuma. Interesting. If you play Steve and Akuma, that means you're comfortable with counter hit game plans and execution. which means that a character like Setsuka might be decent for
Challenge
you.
your limits.
Mhm. Setsuka. She has high execution and is a counter hit character,
You think you can keep up?
similar to Steve. A lot of pokes.
Battle 1. Fight.
Okay, let's play the game. I should have gone to the washroom before I started this. Oh well, here we are, right? That's strictly drawing comparisons from Tekken to Caliber. They are obviously different games, but same. The thing that most Tekken players bitch about is the guard gauge, even more than ring outs. But that's because Tekken players are used to just blocking everything, and they forget that Caliber actually has functional movement. And so it's better to dodge things than block things. This game. Oops, that's not the button. Huh. Huh. Nice. I was expecting the second hit because usually people just frame it, but he didn't just frame it. So that kind of threw me off. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that's random. Why? Bruh, please. Oh, counter hit. Oh, that was trash. Oh, I stood back up into it, bro. Boom. Ow. Ow. Why are we lagging, bro? That hit the PX. That's wild. Okay. I-10. No. There we go. Okay. Haha.
Victory will not come easily.
Meter, comeback mechanics. I mean, comeback mechanics. I don't like when people use that word. Full charge isn't a comeback mechanic unless you let it be one. Comeback in Soul Calibur is earned unless it's a ring out, and even then that's part of the game. The opponent didn't control their own screen position properly. They got rung out. That's just how it be. I can bait him. Oh. He didn't do the evade there. Tragic. Uh-oh. No, she was climbing out of stance. Oh, the tech crouch. Oh, yikes. Okay. GI. Yep, GI is a great option. Oh yeah. No.
The battle is over. Show respect for the fallen who fought so bravely.
You shall make a fine pet for Aang.
Reversal Edge,
Battle 1.
because Reversal Edge is instigated with, nice, is instigated with, oh, I didn't mean to jump. It is laggy as fuck. Hello? Because RE is initiated with the physical attack, it's not very strong for that reason. Also the fact that you as the instigator could still lose, making it a very risky defensive callout. With that said, it is a way to beat some particular mix-ups. It also generates a metric ton of meter, and it's an incredibly strong way to close out a round if all you need is that one hit.
Battle 2.
But
Fight.
yeah. Oh, he's back turned. Okay. God, we don't even know where we're going anymore. That was correct. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna finish this one and then use the washroom. That's weighing on my mind more than anything right now. Oh gosh. And it's laggy, so fuck it. Gotcha. Chip damage, yes. Yes it does. In soul charge, but you cannot die to chip.
Just kidding.
Victory goes. Battle
Much fluff between the fighting. That sounds like a you problem. That would not happen if I was playing. Guaranteed. Okay, yep, there you go. Jesus. Yeah, soul charge is the install that freezes the timer for 10 seconds. Nice. Whoa. No. 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 He committed to that. You're crazy.
4. Fight.
You're wild. I'm just gonna eat those constantly. We take that. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. That's correct there. Forward throw. Damn, it has been a while since I fought Spectre Child. God, I'm forgetting the optimals. The optimal punishes and stuff. There it is. Okay.
Claim victory. Bask in the glory.
In Vice, yeah, there's some things you can do. You want to look at where you can auto GI his stances. 4BA is really good against Prep A on block, or sorry, Prep AB on block. In general, stepping against Rav's pretty good. Yeah, let me be right back. I really got to use a washroom, and then I can pay more attention to you guys. Hold on. Okay, I'm here. So, Yawn. Um, let me food, but I'm going to give a spiel. So, I've put approximately 500 hours into Tekken and 2,500 hours into Soul Calibur. Now, I'm no Tekken expert, but I can try to draw some comparisons and reasons in an objective way why someone might prefer Calibur over Tekken. There's a few key differences in the way the games are designed, obviously. Let me just pause this. So the first thing is, of course, the way movement works. So I haven't played any other Tekken other than 7. So I can only really speak through other people, but my understanding is that movement, other than basically Zafina and Elisa, in Tekken 7 is kind of like it's kind of like DOA in that you have to move with a button, and you have to move like only against certain things in certain directions with certain reasons, but then the opponent has ways to catch that movement with other options. So it's like, why would I ever sidestep? And then backstepping is like, who the fuck backsteps? Like, it's always about Korean backdashing to make space. It's never to like whiff, really. Like, there are so many situations where you can't backstep because of frames, and that to me is just really tragic. That's the first thing. Movement in Soul Calibur is super, super fluid, functional, and let me just give an example. You don't need to have like a good character backstep to do something as simple as this. Okay, check this out. Let's say this was Tekken. In many situations, obviously the moves are entirely different, right? In many situations, this would be a common thing. I would do a low, and then they would swing, and I would just have to hold that, right? Like if I tried to back up, it would get hit. If I tried to go to the side, I'd get hit. If I try to, if I try to swing again, I get hit, right? This is pretty commonplace. But in Tekken, or in Calibur, if I'm slightly farther away off of this move, which is -4 on hit, by the way. Oh, wow. Look at that. Backstep, blow your ass up. And that's easy. I don't have to be good at the game to do that, right? Just for example. Or same thing, if they wanted to challenge with, like, this move. I can sidestep here. Easily. At -4. Oop, I'm just crouching. Lol. Okay. Easily sidestep here. And these are some of the fastest moves in the game I'm using, by the way. Okay. So that's commonplace. My food just beeped. Let me go get that real quick. That's number one, is the movement actually fucking works, and you're not just forced to block. Secondly, on the note of blocking, you know how in Tekken, jabs are +1, or like a down forward 1, you just have to respect it, and you do like down forward 1, down forward 1, down forward 1, because fuck it? Well, in Calibur, no such thing exists. Not commonly anyway. Most 99% of all moves are minus on block, which means that you have to basically use spacing and frame data to actually get the opponent to do what you want. There is no, other than Cassandra and stance transitions in some cases, there's no realm where it's like, oh, I just have to eat this jab, I have to eat this jab, I have to eat this jab. I find that annoying, personally, but even if that is true, as you already know, guard impact exists. Okay? So that's kind of number two, is you actually get to play the game in this game, whereas in some cases in Tekken it sort of feels like you're trapped and you're like just screwed. With that said, frame traps don't really exist in Calibur that much, and if they do, they're very, very situational. Whereas in Tekken, I know they're a bit more common. Whiff punishing in Tekken's pretty tricky. compared to Caliber, just because of range, right, and limitations. I think from a gameplay standpoint, that's sort of the key things I wanted to mention was like the movement actually fucking works properly, and you don't just have to sit there and eat pressure constantly. And basically every character has a dick jab that's 10 frames, right? Well, in this game, the common equivalent of a dick jab is 12 frames, and the reason that's interesting is sidestep in this game takes 12 frames, backstep takes 14 frames, but the 2A input isn't as fast as a dick jab. So there are more things you can do in Caliber and more setups you can do at work. Whereas in Tekken, again, I know I'm being very blanket here. I totally understand. You sort of just have to deal. The last thing I want to mention is stagger pressure. So stagger pressure in Tekken is commonplace, right? You know this. I know this. Whereas in Caliber, it's more like the game is actually designed with it in mind, whereas to me, it doesn't feel like Tekken's designed with stagger pressure in mind at all. The fact you actually have useless strings as commonplace in Tekken, it to me is a joke, whereas in this game, they've designed them all with a reason. So, you know, if I finish this string and you swing here, I'm gonna counter hit you. Or if I finish this string and you guard impact it, I'm gonna get guard impacted. But if I do a single hit, you could actually just like wait and react, or you can identify, oh, you know, they're minus for using that one move, I get to take my turn. So there's a lot of like a risk reward involved. So just to give you an example, since I have these two characters on the screen, if you look at this and I have Xianghua do, I'll just record it. AAA, right? Just this is the most basic example of what I'm going to showcase. This move has a gap in it, but it's only clashable with the 12 frame, so the dick jab equivalent, right? So what happens here? Well, essentially, if I have a faster move than that, I can beat her. But what if I try to challenge there, right? What if I'm like, I want to challenge here because of whatever? Well, she could do this, right? Sorry, with a 12 frame, and I get hit. Or this on block is -10, so I can punish. But what if I try to punish and she does AAB, right? I get hit. So there's a lot of, and this move is also punishable. But what if I try to punish that? Oh, I get GI'd. You see. So there's just so many layers. There's more depth. It's not just, oh great, you know, I just have to sit here and hold this. No, so you can't. There's not a big enough gap to step there. Right. You can GI here. Oh, that's the other thing. So you could GI here. But maybe the character, and in the case of X, has like a stance transition, right? And so if you just autopilot GI, right? Uh-oh. Now this is Xianghua specifically, but I want to make a reference and say that these aspects apply to every character in the game, basically. Most strings in Soul Calibur are designed with a function and a counterplay and a counterplay in mind. Okay? So you look at all these strings. If this was Tekken, like 2 of these would be useful, right? Let's be honest. Other than combos, like 2 of these would be useful. This is not the case in Calibur. Almost every single string has a function and a purpose and a place. And to me, that is just incredible because it sucks to have load. And that's my biggest complaint about Tekken learning it, is there's so much cluttered nonsense in the moves list, but you have to learn it because knowledge checks. Every Hori tracks. Yes. Oh, yes. So let's talk about that. You don't have this hell sweep nonsense where it's like steppable one way but not the other, or like you have a right hook that is steppable this way but not the other. There's like very few exceptions to that. I want to say that, but I can count on one hand how many moves are horizontals and steppable, okay? With that said too, and this is more of a me thing, this game has like 4 hell sweeps and only, yeah, like it's so rare to have a low go into a combo. And for me, that's really big. Siegfried has one, yeah, that he gets some extensions off of. And with that said, throws in this game, unlike Tekken, so here's the other thing with Tekken. Tekken grabs, although I find it really hard to react to, Tekken throws are like, oh, your character has, you know, command throws that are, you know, double hand. Well, it could be a 1 break, it could be a 2 break, it could be a 4 break, it could be a 1+2 break, it could be a 3+, like. But in Caliber, throws are simple. They are an I-18 reactable 50-50 that is either a front break or a back break, but they have a function and utility. Now I know in Tekken it's quite common to use a grab with intention of it being broken to swap sides. I get that. But imagine a world where that throw would be more guaranteed to hit, more likely to hit and swap sides. So because of the lack of Hell Sweep lows, throws in Caliber are a bit more powerful than in Tekken, I will admit. But I think that that is a good thing. But because grabs in Tekken, like opening up a turtle in Tekken is a goddamn nightmare, right? That's what I don't like. You can kind of just turtle and move the entire game in Tekken and call it a day. I don't find that interesting. I don't find that impressive. I can't sit here and be like, I have good defense, and then when I go and play Tekken, all I'm doing is just oh. Sleeper fucking, like, no. Good defense is dodging, evading, moving correctly, interrupting correctly, like, being more proactive and skillful on your defense instead of just For me, this is totally my opinion. But I can also understand how everything I just said, someone might prefer Tekken for the opposite reasons, right? And I can understand that. But I think what's pretty unanimous and inarguable is the movement and the application thereof in this game versus Tekken. The fact that Tekken has certain moves that catch like one way, you know, or no way, or that sucks, dude. So the movement is probably the one thing where I think most Tekken players I've talked to are like, yeah, Caliber has this shit on lockdown. The way it should be. So, anywho, let me scroll back here because I think I missed some stuff. Step 2G. Step 2G isn't even a meta, really. But yeah, people talk about it as if it's gospel when it's not really true. There are hella footsies in this game and spacing 100%. Oh, that's the other thing I personally prefer about this game is because it's weapons-based combat, matchups matter. Whereas in Tekken, matchups come down to like, oh, this character has a 12 frame punish here versus an 11 frame, or oh, this character has an I-15 launcher but this character doesn't, or oh, this character can step this but can't step that. Like, I find it very surface level when it comes to the matchups, whereas in Caliber there's a lot more depth to them because of the nuanced tools and the range. Regarding AAA, there is a reason to use it over AAB. So like I showed, 12 frames will clash, which means if against 12 frame characters, AAA is really good, it's safe. And it also beats GI without committing to the stance. That's probably the best application of AAA, whereas AAB will get GI'd. Lethal hits are really cool. I like lethal hits, yeah, but I can see why some people would. Confirm into 10-minute long combo? Yes. Combos in Caliber are short and sweet, like someone mentioned. Can you help me with RAF into X? Yes. Let me finish this. How you doing, Provocator? Ranked win. I was just giving a spiel to a Tekken player. Hold on. Graph counters. So, no. More viable. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. I caught up to you guys. So, first off, character size is somewhat irrelevant in Soul Calibur. There are only very specific reasons why it matters, but you might be surprised to know it doesn't actually impact sidestep or backstep speed or distance at all. More of an aesthetic thing than an actual thing. Again, very few exceptions to this, but character size has no bearing on majority of the cast. There's no like Astaroth specific combos. Again, if there are, they've either been patched out or like one for some characters. Yeah, Raph does counter the slower characters for sure, though, no doubt. There used to be, yeah, there used to be.
Fight!
Yes. So I don't know. Hopefully that maybe just shares some insight on the matter without getting too much into it, but. The movement in Soul Calibur is fantastic. And for the record, I play on a hitbox. I can Korean backdash with the best of them. So I can still say that the movement feels like garbage. And I play Elisa. So. X combos are easy. She's easily top 3 in terms of easy combos. 100%. Like. Oh, you're welcome. The reason why X's combos are easy is because it's always the same route. She has 3 combo routes, and that's all you ever do. Or she only gets like 1 move follow-ups. For example, 3B. I can't do anything fancy here whatsoever. Okay. I get 6KA, which is 1 input. 6BB, which is 1 input. 6B plus K, which is 1 input. Right? That's fairly common. But even on her lethal hit combos, it's always the same route. It's this exact route in many cases. That's 3 moves. Anywho. Her combos are easy compared to other characters. And they're consistent, which is important. Okay. So, the Raph matchup is pretty even, actually. You have to play it slow. First off, you have to play it slow. You have to play it in the neutral, because your neutral will out-nooch X almost always. Try not to be so stancy, because you're risking a lot. So for example, let's just use 6BB just as my reference point, okay? So prep AA, auto GI, right? Even just prep A in the first place? Sorry. No, that's it. Not that one. Never mind. Okay. AB is is duckable, as you probably know. If I go for B here, auto GI. If I go for Shadow Embrace here, crouch throw. If I go for this thing, not good. If I do this and the opponent respects it enough, right? You know how this will catch like everything basically on block? This. Excuse me, bad example. Right? That clashes with I-10s. Well, if this hits me, why am I struggling with the notation right now? I am garbage. Okay. Or if I block this. Yeah, okay. Jesus. Sorry. If I block AB, say I don't duck it, right? I can 4BA. Okay. Beats the A. Oh, that was BB, but it beats that. This is the A. Not sure if I did this one already, so I'll do it again. There we go. I didn't do anything there. Good one, Zedd. There we go. I can clash the 4B. That's what I was trying to do the whole time. Sorry. There we go. Clash the 4B. And then what else? What else would you do? SE. Right, I trade with the K there, with the A, part of the move. See my point? I know it's a lot of options I'm going through, but... Right? And I lose to that. That move is the only move I lose to here. Okay. I know that was a lot, but what I was trying to say is after preparation AB on block, so I don't even have to duck the high, I can 4BA and there's nothing you can do about it. I can CE and there's very little you can do. So watch this. You do QP, right? It doesn't beat it. Why? Because 4B is a high. It's a high I-12 vertical. That's the key. Okay? That's the key. Oh, I should mention too before someone gets cheeky. Because someone is thinking it. I know you're thinking it. Watch. Oh, okay, wait. Oh, look! Okay, so my point here is for Shenghua, there is one option Raf can do out of like the dozen that he has to beat 4BA. That's the problem. That's the problem with Raf Prep AB in this matchup. Okay, so for that reason alone, it's important that you stance less with Raf. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Okay. So play neutral, play it slow, and try not to stance. Try to not do that. Other than that, learning anti-X stuff, that's pretty samey. You are an I-10 character, so please keep in mind that being -8 into auto-GIs doesn't work, okay? It's not a thing. It won't work. I can't do it. So what a lot of X's can do is you can do -8 into a lethal hit auto-GI. It does not work against Raf, in other words. So if we do block... Right, you hit me out of my auto-GI, you hit me out of my auto-GI, and you hit me out of my auto-GI, but I can still GI here. Hopefully that helps, because that one thing alone, like a lot of Rafs kind of rely on the prep. If you know that, you can counterplay it, but I'll tell you this, the X players don't know that, so... But it's a good habit to not rely on prep, or any stance for that matter, when you're playing Raf against Shenghua. Flashing is good because it resets neutral in some cases. Hey Sion, how you doing? Lunardo with the follow, thank you. How's it going? Clashing, so there's a few ways where Clash is good, and there are some ways where Clash is bad. Howdy. Oh, hello. X versus Sophie and X versus Cass. Sure. Well, let me touch on clashes real. So let's just pick Geralt. 2 linear. Well, that's why you have to play it slow, right? You have to play neutral. You have great evasive options to beat Xianghua's strings, okay? So you just have to learn to play slow. That's all. It's not easy, and a lot of players struggle to do that, especially in North America. But playing slow, small caliber is what you want to do in that matchup. Folks, annoying me with 1K. Your 1K is godlike, by the way. Abuse it. So, Jan, how clashes work? Kicks will never clash. Horizontals will reset neutral, or in some cases because of move strength, that matters too. So if you swung like a really, it's so hard to lab this, but if you swung a level 3 horizontal, it would clash my level 1 horizontal, and you'd be advantageous. But Bs will beat As, and Bs will clash with each other. This is a system basically no character can really take advantage of other than a few, and it's also a very underexplored aspect of Soul Calibur 6. With that said, let me swap to the Jerry. There's levels, yes. I recommend this to everyone who ever plays this game. Read the combat lessons, they're actually good. They're not bullshit, they're not a waste of your time. They are really, really important. Okay. I think it's under the guard impact section specifically. Oh, move level. Yeah. This whole thing on move levels right here. Yeah. Some character you'll see right at the bottom. It says weak attacks will create large openings when repelled. Mediums will knock each other slightly back, and strong will not do any. There are some characters' lethal hits that actually require like weak attack or medium attack or strong attack, and so it gets quite technical. So the way a clash would work would be this move on block is +2, right? So if that's true, and I'm Geralt and I use my 12 frame 2A, right? X can set up a situation where I get launched for free because she is so plus on the clash that there's nothing I can do about it. I can't even GI, can't soul charge, I can't do any of that. And so that would look like this. Oops. Watch this. Boom, 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 boom. That was 150% guaranteed. Okay. Whereas if I did something like yeah, if I did something like this, you'll see that we clash together. See? So this would be a horizontal on horizontal same frame clash. Okay? No, no. X has clash stuff. Most characters do to some degree, but it's tricky to set up. Yeah, so that's what clashing is. And in terms of GI levels, yeah, if you want to learn more about GIs and resist impacts, I read a whole article on it. If you type !mechanics, it's a written article. It doesn't take too long to get through, but that'll talk more about GIs and health, like how much health is in the game, etc. So yeah, if you want to check that out. Let's queue while we chit chat, shall we? Welcome, Endoil. You feel Sophie strong into X even after she fell out of top tier? I never felt like Sophie was strong into X ever since the vertical changes. Oh no. Oh, you're welcome. There's so much more I could go into that I find cool, but I find everything cool. So. Why didn't I like Street Fighter? The imbalance of, like, the unfairness of Oki. And the fact that I couldn't find a character that I liked after 150 hours of game. Now, regarding X versus the Greeks, you actually have to fight them entirely differently. Sophie, I actually, I don't find Sophie difficult at all. There are so many things you can auto-GI, so many spots where you can take advantage of her. Let me just swap to X again here, and I'll just bring up Sophie, for discussion's sake. Reset neutral. Well, clashes don't always reset neutral, right? Gain enough frame. You're plus 20 if you clash properly. So it's not character specific, it's more situationally because I guess you just came back, so right, if Sophie tries to 2A here, that's guaranteed. So for unscaled combo, by the way. So Sophie just has a lot of stuff that you can just inherently counter. Like even something so simple, right? So let's look at this together, shall we? Okay. Something so simple. On hit, by the way. Auto GI. Or auto GI. That kind of interaction is very common in the Sophie matchup. And so there's a lot of ways you can force Sophie to just be really, really basic. Also, just by simply existing, Xianghua sort of nullifies one of Sophie's greatest strengths, and that is, of course, whiff punishment and block punishment. And so that's really important as well. Oh, you're welcome. You too. So if you look at Sophie strings, you'll see a lot of this kind of stuff exists.
A battle of destiny.
Other than that, you can beat her in the rushdown game, you can beat her in the neutral. I'm fairly good against Sophie in the neutral. It's very simple. That's step, 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 step. She moves, block, punish with CE.
Battle 1. Fight.
Right? Because, holy lag. 66B will whip. 66A is minus 12. Free CE. Thank you. Oops. Oh. If it doesn't work, just keep trying until it works.
Battle 2. Fight.
A real ass thumbnail pic. For what? My anything I do ever? Ain't got time for that. Oh shit. Oh no! Why did that happen? I know why it happened, but fuck. Oh. Oh my custom? Bro, let me tell you something. I don't have the ability to navigate the camera on a hitbox. Okay? So, give me some slack. Yeah, I did.
Battle 3. Fight.
Okay, I'm only gonna win with full crouch 3B combos. Ready? Watch. That's 2. That counts. Come on, that counts.
That's great.
Damn. Okay, that's what I get. Being an asshole.
This calls for something special.
Enough messing around with this guy. I might lose. Oh, I didn't think he did the wall. My bad. Oh. Should I show you guys something dumb? I should show you something dumb, shouldn't I? I might die for it though. Can't have that. Here we go, ready? Oh. Okay, or just get hit constantly and don't let me show off. Alright. It's fine.
Blessings for those who have repeatedly escaped the clutches of death.
Justice will prevail.
What a tragedy. Oh yeah, so I guess more on the Sophie matchup. I play it in neutral. Her I try not to GI her or throw very much because of course her lethal hit game is very good post GI, and then she has the lethal hits to beat throws. Plus she also has stab. So I try to use a lot of 5B because if she ducks anything, you get clipped by 236k or stab. Or like she has a lot of great tech crouches and while rising moves, so I try to keep it tight with a lot of 5B, a lot of 2-2B for the same reason. She has a lot of ways to backstep bait you, so just be aware of that. For example, 1k backstep 2-2B AK. Okay, this is huge. You'll see this a lot. So if you're aware of this, don't get hit by it. Okay. That's important. So don't 2A here. It's better that you use 6A, as you just saw. Okay. Now, with that said, if you just go straight into 2-2 BAK, she'll duck it. So be careful. Okay. So what I like to do to sort of combat this idea is I will 3A quite often. You'll see me do it all the time because I get a counter hit. Right? Or if they try to go right into it, counter hit. Okay? That's my suggestion. Just be aware that Sophie has that kind of tech after moves like 1k, 2k, full crouch 1k. They'll functionally do the same thing. Yeah. A? Yeah, but you can 2-2A Nightmare's armor and CE him before the armor move hits you. Only off of 2-2A. And I think it's one of the only matchups that, or one of the only moves in the game that do that, if not the only. Yeah. Oh, and Cassandra. Let me move on to Cassandra. Cassandra is a bit different. I play it very slow. I use a ton of auto GIs. I make sure that she recognizes, no, my +2 is not really in Xianghua. I can't just sit here mashing my strings that have unnecessarily skewed risk reward. Also, being an I-10 character means that we can challenge those +2s. Okay? That's really important. recovery frames. It's too hard though. It's way too difficult. The numbers would be way too high. The numbers would be way too high. They'd be irrelevant. Like, what would you do knowing that a move was minus 62 on whiff? You know, like that. That's not relevant, right? Like that. Whereas in like 2D games, it's more relevant because in 2D games, whiff punishing is more like way more difficult than it is in Soul Calibur. So it's actually relevant there. See how many like do I have time to jump in? Do I have time to use my standing heavy or my 5H? That's relevant, but in like Calibur, it would be pretty irrelevant to even study that. So I don't think anyone has. This is something we made yesterday. Pretty good. Yeah. It is. It's a pasta dish. Basically like a margarita pizza, but in pasta. So it's like basil, tomatoes, feta cheese, olive oil, a bunch of spices.
Challenge your limits.
Haha. Alright, Provocator, have a great time. Crush. I like it because my understanding is crushing moves are moves that crush other moves. So like what we call a tech jump and a tech duck, we could universally call those crushing moves.
This is my big moment. I'm in.
Don't bully this X. What if I only win with 2-2B? Is that bullying? Oops! Oh, that was a misinput. It didn't hit. It doesn't count. Oh. For the record, anyone who says you can win with only 2-2B is full of shit. As proven right now. Yeah. Imagine only winning with an I-30 move from neutral. It's almost like this move isn't unbalanced. Holy. Oh, okay. Ari. 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 Please? Oh! Mad lad. Wait, I'm gonna win with the best combo in the game. You ready? Oh no! Ow. Shit. Okay, well, not if you're just mashing. You can do poke into AA for 24 damage. I was trying to get it, but no luck. What if I stay down? Okay, there you go. Ah. Oh, okay. I like it. Okay. I don't like it. That was supposed to be 2-2A plus B. I got 2A plus B. Yeah, I know, right? No, 2-2B is very slow, and it's only super threatening on, like, Oki.
The goddess of victory smiles upon the strong
One move.
spirit.
Yeah, isn't it great?
No complaints here.
He wants to rematch, I'll rematch. Me going for the poke was trolling, but the rest was me just playing. So, I'll leave it to him. Oh man, I thought he was thinking about the matchup. Okay. Ah! It was stuck on my tooth. Yeah, after all that. I like it. Like doing this motion. No, the move is what? I-20? I-22? It's not that fast. And you know, you know what I love the most? Bro, it's a horizontal mid safe launcher that's unreactable. I'm like, name one launcher that is reactable. Like, oh wait, other than maybe Astaroth 2-2B, you know? Like, show me an I-30 launcher, or show me like a 3B that you're just like, I'm gonna step. Yeah, fuck you. No, that's not a thing, okay? They're acting like there are other launchers that are reactable. Like, wow. That is so not true.
A battle of destiny.
So I only played Street Fighter after V-Shift,
Challenge your limits.
and I've since put it down after 150 hours. And what I think about it is V-Shift didn't do what I was hoping it was going to do. That game is still just offense, balls to the walls. There's really no place for playing defensive. Like, even if you do want to play lame or defensive, you still have to go in. You don't have a choice. And I just find the Oki situation super oppressive.
Take you beyond your limits.
It's not fair to me that I just have to sit here and eat pressure again and again and again and again and again.
Battle one.
Or eat a throw. Like, it just seems just so one-sided. The moment you get hit, it's like, well, alright, that's GG. Can do it. Yeah, that's my point. And I've legitimately heard that argument from players who should know better than to make absurd statements like that. It's like, really? What 3B are you reacting to? Show me. Let me see you duck, you know, or step a Hilda 3B on reaction. Yeah, you're full of shit. Unreactable. What's a reactable launcher? Come on. What a joke.
Bored now.
Battle 2. Fight!
So yeah. Bro, stop using punishable moves. Please. Wow, you see that duck on that grab, chat? I knew. I used Manat and Chun-Li.
Just kidding.
For killing. Yeah, exactly. Aw, horizontal got me. I never stepped that. I really should. Oh, I should have auto-GI'd it. People, the Hildas I fight don't commit to that anymore because they know I'm gonna auto-GI it. Oh, the big GI. Into soul charge. Yo. You meta? Okay, Jesus. Punish. Oh, no punish. Okay. Okay.
Do not underestimate our courage. Hey! Watch over me, mother. You.
Beer and dinner. That sounds like a plan. I want to have the good matches so I can like do the play-by-play. I know it's in my title, but like there's been so many just matches where there's nothing to talk about. And that's just way too much work. And her defense, well, not everyone's defense sucks, but she doesn't have like a DP or reversal, which hurts. Her orb also has to be in the right spot at the right time, otherwise you have zero combo potential, and that was just awful. Like, even after learning some of her combos, which are the hardest in the game, by the way, I still couldn't get them off because the orb just had to be in the right spot. Like, when the orb is in your hand, you had no combos. Really. Not really. But when you didn't have the orb in your hand and it was right behind the opponent, yeah, you could do whatever you want, but there are many times where the orb is just not in the right spot. See that backstep bait, chat? Let's use some soul charge, shall we? Oops. Wow, that was a total misinput. There we go. That's good enough. Oh, let's go. Hog. Wow! Was that on purpose? You're a god.
The goddess of victory smiles upon the strong of spirit.
Excellent. No complaints here.
I stopped doing the optimal off of 3AA because it's so inconsistent. Hard to do. So I started defaulting to the combo you just saw. It's difficult because it's in... Okay, we're done here. I let it sit too long. Hope I haven't missed any questions, by the way, through my various ramblings. Imagine this being -2 on block. Imagine. Imagine Grow having the same move, but it's -10. Imagine. People don't like the charge mechanic, really. It's always sort of been the barrier for the character. Not that it's hard, it's just awkward, right? There's a lot of mental effort that goes into that.
Challenge your limits.
Imagine. Mouth noises. Him. I like the cast, but I don't want to fight against it.
Battle 1. Fight.
Oh, okay. Oh, get fucked. Oh, we're swapping sides. Let's go. That's not a punish. Okay.
Battle 2. Fight.
Oh, there are plenty of Hilda players. Happy Color, Xander, Apple Boom, Athlete, Omen, Signia, Party Wolf. Briefly. I don't know if he still does. No. It is not. Oh, jeez. That happens when I don't look at the screen. Auto GIs? So, first, it's very important that you understand. It's important that you understand
Battle 3. Fight.
when they start. Okay. Now, it doesn't matter that the moves are different frames. What matters is the frame that they. Oh, jeez. What matters is the frame that they actually start their auto GI. I'm just getting tech crouched out the wazoo. Hold on. Oh, yikes. Oh, no! What was I saying? Auto GIs. Yeah, of course. Of course. Okay. Yep. Of course. Imagine being so good that you're wrong. Oh. Alum things. Okay, so it's important to know what frame they start on, and that is the same for all three of them. That's frame 4. So if you don't know that, then it's going to feel like a nightmare to use. Now, because they start on frame 4, when you're -8, you can hate this character. When you're -8, you can throw the 4-frame auto GI and it will catch their 12 frames or slower. Okay, so that's why you want to use moves like full crouch 3B, 2-2B, 6-6K into auto GIs. Those are real setups.
Battle 1. Fight.
Other than that, it's just about learning where to put them into strings or stances, right? But not something you'll see very often, or something you can use often. Bro. I hate this cast, bro. Sounds like a cop-out, but like, it just, I play worse against casts. I genuinely do. Oh.
Battle 2. Fight.
It just distracts me. I hate it. Too late though. Okay.
That's great.
Okay. I tried to go into PXS, but it didn't take the 2, so I was just sitting there crouching like an idiot. That's annoying. What? No! Oh my. Okay. Her. I guess we like kind of swapped screen because that was supposed to be okay. That was supposed to be full crouch 3K, not 3K. Wow. Yeah, so it's just about knowing where to put in the auto jazz.
Final battle. Fight.
Yada 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 yada. My god. Might as well go cook a fucking turkey while you're comboing me. Okay. X first Talum. I would have said X in the past, but ever since they made Wind Charmer avoid RCE,
Claim victory.
that is really good.
No complaints here.
We have to try really hard to get any meaningful damage against Talum, particularly because we don't have faster Hori mids, and so she's able to use like her tech crouches more, her tech jumps more liberally.
Battle one.
And so we tend to, like, even though we have the tools to handle her on defense, we struggle a lot to keep up in the damage department. And that's the biggest thing with this matchup. It's just a race. That's it. Other than that, it's pretty even. You cannot fall behind in the race, or it's going to be incredibly ridiculous. 6B. It does, but it's too delayed to ever be used with the tech crouch purpose. Like, I've never used 6B and actually tech crouch something intentionally. It's way too late to be relevant. Okay.
Battle
I'll do my best.
Charge break characters are troublesome to use. No, no. I'm saying just people who play 3D games aren't used to it. And it's negative edge, it's not even charge. It's just not something you see in a 3D game. So it can be quite difficult for people of those genres. That's more what I'm saying. I don't think that it's necessarily difficult. Oh.
The goddess of victory smiles upon us.
Iron. There's a lot of band costumes actually in the CPT. If you look it up.
No complaints here.
My 6B is not I-16, so there's the first problem. And my 6K is I-16, but it doesn't track Wind Charmer.
Battle 1. Fight!
Oh! Too bad he didn't wind cannon, I would have ducked it. He assumed, right? Yeah, it should be, though. I've been saying that forever. Like, if her 6B was I-16, it would be perfect. It wouldn't even be broken. There'd be more uses for it. Because right now, as it stands, it's supposed to be a backstep catch, right? But it doesn't even work that way because of the frames on it. Typically. But if it was I-16 and maybe make it -12, because right now it's safe at -10, that would be great. There it is. Didn't punish it properly, but better than nothing. I never step that. Like, ever. Don't see. Okay. Yeah, directional charge moves would be awful. And unusable, arguably. But negative edge is more practical. Also, Hilda isn't easy to play either. That's worth mentioning too. There's a lot to her. You have to know how to actually play the game. Otherwise she's not going to feel that effective. Whoa. Yeah, of course not. Fuck that move. Oops. It's supposed to be 4-4A. I don't think it would have mattered. But... Thought he'd try to be cheeky and go for the A+B. Or the B, not the A. The delayed mid. Oops! I fat fingered RE. My bad. Yeah, let me just RE there where there's a break attack. What could go wrong? Bam! Philosophy. You're talking about 2D games.
Blessings for those who have
At first it was sort of a way, like if you look at Guile, right? One of the first charge characters in existence, if not maybe the first. It was designed so that players who wanted to be zoners, right? Who wanted to have the best projectiles and be turtly could do so, but they had to sacrifice the fact that if they wanted to go forward, they had to sacrifice their fireball. So it was just like a gameplay option where you would have superior defense for lacking offense, right? I assume anyway, because that's the reality. Like if you were to break it down entirely, that is what happens, right? But then at the same time, when you're up close with someone, and going aggressive, it's a lot harder to get that charge going. Whereas nowadays, it's more of a playstyle option. It's designed in a way so that you can't spam certain things at certain speeds. They do have less execution. It's more of a timing thing, because if you try to do a Guile optimal today, for example, there's a lot to it. Like if we're talking V-Trigger 1, and he's just like Sonic, 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 Sonic. It's quite hard, actually. But other than that, charge characters are fairly straightforward. And I think at this point, it's more of just an option. Whereas negative edge, kind of a thing it's getting phased out, but it is still present in some games. Yeah, directional charging would never work.
Challenge your limits.
E. That's... I mean, happens if you swap sides of the screen, for sure. I try not to mash anything, particularly Soul Charge.
Fight!
Wow. Fuck you. That misinput? He tried to do 888 right there. That misinput made him look like a god. Oh. Okay. Okay. What? Why?
Battle 2. Fight!
Whoa. Okay. Fuck, man. Nice. Oh, I should have seen there. Ah, we don't need to. Raw 3B, not something I often see from a Talon. Here we go, let's get spicy. Not many people. That's normal. Yeah, especially given my location. Wouldn't really matter. We don't have like specials. Technically, Hilde is a negative edge character. Technically. Why not? Why didn't I do him like that? Working on it. Not finding people that have good connections in high enough ranks. It's either one or the other or both. I don't normally play ranked, but I was gonna go over Amy today, but we got into a whole slew of other conversations that took up the time instead. And otherwise, we're just playing games. Really, that's what it is. I just have to play a lot and be objective of what I'm seeing and what I'm doing. I like her. It's just, it's a bit tricky for X as soon as she gets roses. Because it's kind of like the Yoshi matchup where one of Yoshi's biggest issues is his range, right? But I can't exploit that fact as Xianghua. Or with Amy, same thing. Like, I can't just outspace her constantly. I can try, and I do. That's how I play the match. But it's difficult to space out a character when you yourself are designed to go in, right? Like, and this is actually one of my biggest complaints about the Xianghua buffs, is they took away the pushback on my 6-6K. They took away the pushback on my B plus KB. They took away, like, they took away my ability to recreate space. And that made those matchups so much more difficult for no reason. Possible to get roses? You have to do setups for it, or combo into it off of like 1B, 3B, stuff like that. This guy. I did a 1-to-5 with this guy a while ago, and he used a cast the whole time. You can imagine how thrilled I was about that. Nice. GIable string that we don't GI. That's new. Oh, that was awkward. Yeah, she does. Like it's really difficult to do anything I want as X. And then basically, like I can't. So here's the deal, right? I can't space Amy. I can't really contest her in terms of like up close and personal because she has the GI, she has the same speed as me, but her I-10 is a vertical, mine's a horizontal. Her damage is higher than mine, her counter hit game is better than mine. The question is always like, what does X do that Amy doesn't? Well, X is just a better character overall. If we factor in the roseless Amy times, having a much more powerful I-12 CE is quite good, right? Oops. Okay. There's no wall splat. Hold on, let me close this round out real quick. Ow. And in general, Amy's offense is better than Xianghua's, but Xianghua's like her Oki's a little better. Her pokes are not so committal, or commitment, I should say, not committal. Oh, no back turn shoulder. And in general, just the counterplay you have with X is a little bit better on defense. But Amy is a very comparable character. And so in the matchup, it feels like a mirror up until she gets red roses. Then it's a losing matchup. Basically. I don't mind it though, like, I'll fight it. She's pretty safe. Oh, fuck. No. Only thing good about that character is soul charge. I maybe could have CE'd there for damage, but I think we're okay. Forward throw, because it's more likely. Oh shit. Could have CE'd there, couldn't I? Yeah. Oh well.
Thanks for the exercise. You
Battle 1. Fight!
Brick walls happen when you've lost something to work on. Oh. Go for damage. That. Oh, jump lows. What do you do against it? You can GI it, but that's it. You can't swing, you can't jump, because it's a mid. Oh. We done? Yeah, we're done. I'll show you. But you can GI it, but there's a big risk in doing so. And that might even only be on block. I don't remember. No, I don't think so. I think it's both. Yeah, it's true. Her Soul Charge 3 AA is a little bit of a knowledge check, but it is a really good move nonetheless.
This is where it ends.
Right, so if you look at this, if you block it, let's say, it is totally safe. I'm pretty sure actually, that it's -8, which makes it quite difficult to deal with. No, I forget. Or maybe because of the backstep there. Honestly, I forget. All I know is it's safe. So if you try to GI, maybe you can't. Yeah, you can't. Lol. Okay. So on block, you can interrupt, but if you try to like GI here, she can go into PXS. So it is only on block. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I like it. Is it basically makes 3A safe. And if you do try to like duck, thinking I'm gonna go for the kick, that also hits you. And like there's no window to react either. Like by the time you would have already ducked, you're gonna get hit, which is quite interesting. And then because of that counter hit aspect, I have enough frames to get good things. I can't full crouch 3B, unfortunately, but I do get full crouch 3K. Shoot. Like that. And then because you're in soul charge, you get that, which loops into that, and we just repeat the process. Right? So not only is it a safe low, but it is a combo starter if you try to do absolutely anything, no matter what, so long as I hit you with, which is almost a guarantee, right? So, on block you could GI it, but then PXS could kill you for that. Yeah. Who do you think does good in small caliber? Every character that isn't Nightmare, Siegfried, or Astaroth. Every character can play a clean small caliber game. Characters are better at it than others. Like, if you have fast pokes, or safe move, or good counter hits, any of those, you're pretty good at small caliber, but a lot of players, especially in NA, don't even understand the idea of small caliber. The idea of winning a 60-second round with only pokes is just foreign, and so players are always looking to go big or go home, and it kills them more often than not. But most characters can play it just fine. Hey Capri, how you doing? Toxic free. How aggressive? Being aggressive in Caliber is good, but being defensive is good, thankfully. That's why I like this game in terms of the game flow. It is fun. If you've never done it, you should. Ivy for Nightmare. Yeah, Ivy 2. Yeah. Just because Nightmare doesn't have quicker buttons, right? But Ivy 2. Yeah, I didn't list them all, but that's a good point. Why isn't it more popular? Well, there's an answer for that, actually. So over the history of Soul Calibur, when it started to come out, it was always, to some degree, overshadowed by Tekken. The marketing, the money, the budget, the support, it was always more about Tekken. And that was sort of the initial problem. As time went on and the games became their own identities, the biggest problem was that the Caliber games have always been disastrously buggy or imbalanced. All of them. Except for like this one. And 2, while it is balanced, the gameplay is terrible. Like, it feels awful. Everything feels like cheese. Everything is like, it feels like a gimmick, but it's entirely real, and it sucks. So Calibur 2 is when Calibur was its best. Then Soul Calibur 6. So in terms of the timeline, I'm saying I prefer 6 over them all put together. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not going to stand on the side of anything. But here's the thing. Even though fighting games of old have always been imbalanced, the reason why Calibur was set apart from the rest is in Soul Calibur 3, you had a... Yes. Soul Calibur 3 is when you had a bug where you would do a throw, and then you would do a certain thing, and you could cancel the throw, and basically the opponent's getting grabbed, but you're not actually throwing them. I always forget what it's called, but there's clips of it, and so you could infinite people sometimes, you could combo people off of any throw. It was awful, and it basically butchered the competitive integrity. And the game was buggy as fuck in 3. Like, you couldn't even play a full set until the arcade edition was released without the game just like crapping on you, or you fall through the floor, or you go through the wall. I had that happen. And like, it was awful. Like, you couldn't even finish a game. Whereas, you know, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Tekken, they've all had OP characters since games didn't get patched back then, but you could play the game, right? And so it wasn't so bad. Soul Calibur 4 comes around, and we have a much more fleshed out game in terms of bugs. There were a lot less. But now we have characters like Hilda and Algol existing, and Amy. So Algol and Hilda completely broke the game, like to the point where Hilda would one-touch you on every single map in the game. No exaggeration. Amy was the safest character in the game. She was so dumb. She was like the trial character for the devs to see, like, I wonder how putting in a super safe character is. It was awful. And then Algol had his bubble loops and stupid hell of fucking high damage, and it was so imbalanced. Soul Calibur 5 rolls around, and they had the audacity to put GI behind meter. Viola existed. And, yeah. Soul Calibur 5 was sort of the nail in the coffin, though, because Soul Calibur 5 was when Evo and other just fighting games in general were starting to get a lot more popularized. And even Tokido, who is one of the best Street Fighter players of all time, and he was getting into Soul Calibur 5, so we were finally starting to get some, like, external game presence. And what happened? Tokido, as the competitor he is, goes into a set with Viola and back throw infinite someone to death. And that clip right there basically killed Soul Calibur 5. And so it was doomed from that moment on. And that was never fixed, by the way. So yeah, Soul Calibur has just had, like, even though fighters of old are always imbalanced, because that's just the nature of, you could play them, and they were fun. They weren't, and if things were like completely destroyed and bruggy, they'd be banned, but like, it wasn't a normal thing. But for Calibur, the fact that you go from 3, which was unplayable, literally, to 4 and 5, where 4 and 5 both needed bans, like, no, that's not okay, right? So those are some of the biggest problems with the Calibur franchise. And so when 6 came around, now we're competing with the likes of Tekken 7, and in a sense, it's a bit too little too late. It's popular enough, for sure, but it definitely pales in comparison to some of the other mainstream fighters out there. Oh, for sure, balance isn't everything, but what I'm saying is Calibur wasn't even playable. And because it was under the same bucket as, What? What was that tracking? See that, chat? I could have CE'd that. Because it was under the same umbrella as Tekken, it suffered. That's all. That's all. Was it... I don't know if it was dependent, but I can tell you, even just in my single player experience playing as the computer, I put them through the floor. And it would say ring out. And I got hit through the floor, I think, once as well. So. VF. Yeah, so VF, the thing is, it's not even interesting to look at in any capacity. So that's its own thing. Calibur has always been visually nice. I'll give it that. It looks way better than the Tekken games did, in my opinion. I think the aesthetics of this game are awesome, and the weapon idea is cool. I think a lot of people acknowledge that Caliber is a really cool idea. It's just the name was tarnished by its history, and that's the problem. Now you have FGC boomers bitching about meter mechanics, and every Soul Calibur should be like Soul Calibur 2, and so people are like, oh, okay. Although every game has their FGC boomer, but... Oh no! Okay.
Battle 2. Fight.
For Afghanexka's reasons. So I had that discussion with someone the other day. It actually... It's definitely a design thing. It has to do with like hit boxes. That's all. Auto Raph's hitboxes are like a little bubble around him. You have to keep your space between him and the move you're trying to step, otherwise it's going to hit you. Or retract you in many cases. No! No! Shit.
Battle 3. Fight.
Nice. Oh, okay. Random. Oops. 88B, not Oh! Wow, if only I knew that would clash. That's wild. That's wild. Bam. Imagine getting step ducked. Caliber has a lot of depth. Well, that's what I like about it. Mechanics that are easy to use, but incredibly deep. There's a lot of nuance to the game, yet somehow manages to be easy to pick up and play. Really tricky to strike that balance. Oh. Okay, that's not the first time he's done that. Oh, nice. That is a real thing he did. Oh! Oh! Bam! Oh! Fuck you. Huh. What? Oh. I... That was CE, bro! Oh my god, please. Okay.
Claim victory and bask in the glory.
Excuse me, but Amy awaits.
Yeah, hey Nitty. It's true. Killer instinct? No.
Believe in your power and reach for victory.
Welcome.
Yeah, Tekken's weird. Tekken is just unnecessarily difficult. Like, the fact that I don't even have an option to see how the fuck to get off the floor, to me, that's unacceptable. Like, I always use that example because they only briefly mention it in the damn loading tips at the bottom of your screen. I'm like, that's not okay. That's not okay. I should not have to ask someone how to do a basic mechanic like get off the fucking floor or look it up on the internet. Like, that's not okay with me. Oh, ring out? Nice. But like I know how to play Tekken. I'm just saying I think that's unacceptable. Go for meter here. Oh no. Awkward. Oh no. God, it's so laggy. Why did I confirm a rematch? Shit. I wish I could wait that long after confirming an auto GI to get the follow-up. Imagine. Okay. Ow. Okay. I can't soul charge there. Rip. See, I don't agree that Street Fighter is easy to learn, because learning how to deal with rushdown is a goddamn nightmare. Like, to ever not just get absolutely mauled in Street Fighter takes so much time to even understand how, like, meaties work and how, like, yeah, I don't agree. I think defense in Street Fighter is way too hard to say it's easy to play. Maybe input wise, but not in terms of gameplay. What? Why did I GI? I didn't hit GI. Okay. That's annoying. Damn. Punish. Hell yeah. Boomer reactions. Wait. Caliber 6 teaches too little in tutorial. I mean, if they did Libra of Souls, yeah, it's completely useless. Escaping stuns? No, that's not a thing in this one. Not here.
Believe in your power. Welcome. Battle 1. Fight.
Yeah, I have boomer reactions. You hear? Uh-oh. Haha, we jumped those 2 A's. Nice. Got a mash 2A there.
Victory goes to the last one standing.
No, you can't shake stuns in Caliber at all. Not at all. Stuns last a set duration. You can't double up on the stun type. And in a stun state, being in a stun state does enable being in a counter hit state. They are one and the same thing. Oh, I needed that. No! Why did I hit a button? Hell yeah, boomer reactions. Yeah, older Cal. Sorry, I should have been clear. Yeah, not here, not in 6.
Just kidding.
But I will say that the combat lessons in this game are very good. They're not the best, but they are like, I ask people about things that are in the combat lessons and they don't know, and I'm like, have you never like done your games Combat lessons, like hello. GI that. Ow. He's gonna do it again. That's how you die.
You can't stop me. Just kidding.
I can auto GI the second hit too.
The god of
I just didn't.
Fall in love yet?
Lab everything? You don't have to lab everything though. There are many, many, many moves in this game. There's nothing you can do about it. You just have to watch it happen and take your turn. As long as you like, if we're talking frames and learning about moves, as long as you know what strings are steppable, duckable, and what moves are punishable, that's really all that matters. And to get that information, you can pull up Frame Caliber app on iOS or Android, or frame data documentation from each character community respectively. So if something's -6, it's irrelevant, really, to you. Like, it's not gonna matter.
fight.
They're in the character, yeah, they're in that, as well as the gallery or museum, whatever it's called. The Universal Tactics ones are really good. The character-specific ones are not so great, because there are some dumb things. For example, when you read about Huang, where does it say? The feat, yeah. What sets this style apart from others is its numerous and diverse kick-based attacks. Okay, let me tell you something, for those who maybe don't know much about Huang. This character's kicks are not special, and a lot of them that they claim are good are actually awful. So, it's not necessarily the best to go by them word for word, but yeah. These are really good. And because the first 7, they talk about just FGC theory in very brief detail, that I think is great. And then going down the list, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and then these other things, they don't miss anything. I've read them many times, actually, like more than twice. They don't miss anything. Everything you could ever know about Soul Calibur mechanics is right here, other than the numerical data, of course, but the concepts, the mechanics, the things, they're all here. They don't hide anything from you, and they even prioritize it, at least the lessons, in terms of, in my opinion, they've structured it in a way of priority. So for example, when you go to beginner number 1, the very, 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 very first thing that they tell you about is the move, which is the most important thing in Soul Calibur 6. And then attacking and defending, that's kind of a given. Then they talk about Reversal Edge, which is an easier form of GI, so it makes sense that RE is mentioned first. Oh, everyone wants to know how to use their super. How do I use my meter? Well, you just use it on a critical edge. Then they get into things like the trickier stuff, combos, soul charges, yada yada. And then in the advanced is where you start getting into the things that are less relevant, or maybe not so intuitive. They even talk about like spacing and timing, and it's so good. Anyone who hasn't read them, read. Really well done, like genuinely. Inferno, yeah. SC7 or Season 3? Season 3 is smarter, but I'd prefer an SC7. But Season 3 is definitely the smarter choice. Yeah, well, that's a Bandai thing. That's like a Bandai Namco thing. But then they put it in Dragon Ball, so it's like, well, okay. It's just Technicaliber. Like, they're, as far as I know, I might be wrong. In terms of modern fighting game releases, they're the only ones. Should read them.
When people ask me, who have played this game for over a year, ask me questions like, there's move levels in this game? I'm like, yes, there's move levels.
A battle of destiny.
There, Japan.
Challenge your limits.
I don't know.
Battle 1. Fight.
It was actually, so here's the thing, you asked, I don't know if other devs, this is the case, but Bandai fundamentally disagreed with putting frame data in Tekken and Caliber and other games because they felt like it made it overwhelming for players who were new. Oops. They said that they felt like it was overwhelming for new players, and when that's just not true, because in order for the frame data to show up, you would have to like enable it, right? And so, like, I don't see how it hurts the game. And what's more is that logic is so flawed because whenever they tune in, whenever a new player tunes into, say, my stream, I can go on and on and on about characters and situations and not even reference frame data. But the reality is, when we start getting into the nitty gritty, you do need to know why things work. Like, why, what? I did A plus B! Nani the fuck? When someone asks me, why, you know, why doesn't this stance transition work, but this one does, it's like, well, guess what? Frames. Like, there's a reason why, you know, PXS off of 6B2 sucks, and PXS off of 3A2 is fairly good, right? They're completely different frame datas. So, like, it gets to a point, even as a casual player, you would want to know. You don't need to know, but you want to know, right? Oh, okay, that was supposed to be CE. Whatever.
Blessings for those who have repeatedly escaped the clutches of death.
I'm just, I know that I said I was just paraphrasing them. Like, they genuinely think that by putting frame data in their games, it would hurt the experience for new players. That is what they said when they've been asked about it. Okay? That is what they said. And it's the most absurd thing ever. Like, because you have to enable it, right? You don't just boot up in training mode and boom, there it is. You would have to enable it. So, why does it hold it? Like, I think they said something like, oh, they make it would make new players feel like they need to know it by seeing the option. And I'm like, who thinks that way? Who jumps into a fighting game, who is eager to get into a fighting game? Let's clarify why they're getting into a fighting game in the first place. Okay? Who is eager to jump into the most difficult genre to learn? That's not debatable, by the way. And says, oh, frames? Uninstall. What? You blame my tier list? Sure. But
A battle of destiny.
accommodate all players. Exactly. I agree.
Challenge your limits.
Yes, Tekken, I believe it's $5. I have it. Hard to get into the RTSs? They are, though. Yes, you're safe and comfortable.
Battle 1. Fight!
RTS games, fundamentally to learn them isn't hard. It just comes down to repetition and trying new things. But you could learn everything about an RTS game in like a week, right? You'll know how all the units work, you know how the buildings work, you'll know how to function with the game. Sure, maybe your hotkeys will be a bit slow, and you're going to try new strategies and new things, but you know how to play the game. Whereas fighting games, to even be remotely competent, you gotta learn, like, what is every move, or like what the fuck do characters even do? How do I move? How do I block? What is a combo? Like there's just so many facets that take weeks and months to learn. Whereas an RTS game, while it's equally as difficult, let me be clear, I think any esport is difficult. But to learn, fighting games are just fundamentally the hardest because of all the legwork that goes into those first couple of weeks, right? Whereas an RTS game, you can be like, oh, this is my favorite race or my favorite faction, and be like, okay, this building gives me supplies. This building is how I build, you know, this particular type of unit. I really like this particular type of unit, and you can run with that. Oh, it didn't work. Let me try a different thing next time. Fighting games, it's like, oh, that didn't work, but I have no fucking clue why. So, I gotta give this Talon credit. They are trying. I respect this. I do. I think RTS is way harder. I think it's harder to get really good at an RTS, but learning it initially, I don't see how that's harder. I love RTS games. I don't see how that is difficult. Like, the amount of things in the game just aren't even comparable to fighting games. The amount of aspects you need to know before even being semi-competent is way more. Because there's cheese strats in RTS games, and as there are in fighting games, but sometimes like a rush is effective, right? And a rush strategy in an RTS game is a lot easier when you're new to the game than sort of the more standard pace, depending on the game. I'm being super vague here, obviously. Whereas a fighter, it's like the equivalent would be button mashing, right? Button mashing straight up doesn't work against someone who knows even a bit about the game. Whereas a rush strategy can work. I don't know. They're both hard though. But let me be clear, every esport, if we're talking from the bottom to the top, they're all incredibly difficult to learn and become masters. I'm not debating that at all. Even League, right? Playing League is fundamentally easy, but to learn what however many characters they have now does, if you have never played it before, would be a nightmare. Could you imagine? You could play that game for like 2 months and then see a Rengar for the first time and be like, what the f... That homie just jumped out of the bush and nuked me. So like every game has their own thing, but like to pick up and play, fighters are by far the most difficult to just pick up and play. Because you feel so limited, you feel so stuck, right? Like, even just learning how to do this. To me, this is a brain dead easy combo. You know how many people I see land 3Bs and then they'll do stuff like BB? Or like 3B? Like, it's... Even the basics are hard in a fighting game, I guess is what I'm trying to say. They're hard in their own ways. Let's leave it at that. Yeah, ranged units, yes. That's all I'm trying to say, right?
A battle of destiny.
Hey, Reyna. Alright, yeah.
Challenge your limits.
Many races? True, yeah, true. If there was a game that had that many, yeah,
Let your desire for victory take you
Yeah,
beyond
like
your
150 or
limits.
something. Budget X. Hey, Cager. Doing well. How are you?
Show you my blade's beauty.
Battle 1. Fight!
Whoa. I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, I actually love strategy games. That's why I got into fighting games in the first place. It wasn't like I liked fighters, I'm gonna play fighters. It was, I like strategy games, I'm gonna compete in fighters. That was my progression. What? Why wasn't that a lethal hit? Come on. That's some horseshit. God, it's so laggy. Drew, we can't play like this, my guy. Dude. Dude, what? We can't play like this. What was it gonna? Oh yeah. So like, my only thing with RTS games now, you guys have heard me say this on streams, Twitter, Discords. I don't play games. You think you can counter hit confirm? Oh, you totally can. Yes, the window's actually quite large. My problem with RTS games is at this point they're all quite old, or they just look awful. And so if we ever get like a StarCraft 3, I'm in there, bro. I'm in there. For example, Halo Wars and Halo Wars 2, they were some of my favorite, and I completely deleted the leaderboards in those games. Unfortunately, they lost support. But yeah, if we ever get like a StarCraft 3, Age of Empires 4, I'm in there. I'm in there. I'll continue to play fighters. What the fuck? I'll continue to play fighters, but I love strategy games. And to me, a fighting game is just a fast-paced action game, or a fast-paced strategy game. That's why how I play these. That's why I'm always like boomer reactions, because I don't react to much at all. It's straight reads, even though it may not seem like it. I promise you, it's reads. So to me, the strategic elements of Soul Calibur are just so much fun. I love just outthinking people, outsmarting people. Yeah. Nice stream. Hey, thanks. Yeah, I don't usually stream on whatever day it is today, Monday, but lady's out getting her hair done, and as I tweeted, because the Deus Ex Kylo tournament is announced again, I'm back on the grind, 6 to 8 hours a day, reviewing every character, yada yada, the same old Zedd that we all know. Because getting 7th last time wasn't as well as I thought I was going to do, but I did surprise everybody by doing as well as I did. So because of that, I see no reason why I shouldn't be able to get top 5, top 3. That's what I'm shooting for, and so to do that, I have to review everybody and carry on, because so many people have stopped playing the game, and so people are falling behind the curve, whereas players who still continue to play the game are not, and so I'm doing well. Anywho, frame data. So frame data for me, I don't mind it. To me, it wasn't overwhelming. I knew how fast moves were, I knew if they were punishable, and I knew if I could punish them. That to me, that's all frame data is to me at first. How fast is this? Is that punishable? Can I punish it? The rest just sort of fell suit. I didn't learn, put it this way, I didn't learn frame data for Calibur. I've played Sims 2. I didn't learn frame data until Soul Calibur 5. And yet I was still doing really well in an online environment in 4. So Baldur's Gate 3. I want to look at that. I liked 2. Oh, it is in development. Okay, nice. Excellent. Excellent. Total War. I don't like the Total Wars. I don't like the Total Wars. I'm pretty picky. I really like Warcraft, but not the Reforged. Like, if we get Warcraft 4 or StarCraft 3, those two I'll play for sure. But Age of Empires 4, I might not. Like, it would have to look good. me to play it, if I'm being honest. And my system might not even be able to run it, actually, now that I think about it. That would be a tragedy. But not really, no.
A battle of destiny.
Yeah, I like strategy games. There's just not that many. So I would actually play card games,
Challenge your limits.
but my thing with card games is, oh shit. My thing with card games is, especially now, it's like if you don't just play that game, if it's not your main game, you're just hooped. You're gonna fall behind. Just the game starts to creep itself, and that sucks to me. I hate how modern card games online just have power creep out the asshole, and I hate it. Or the meta, like Runeterra, I think is the best example. The meta in that game literally changes weekly. I'm like, bruh. Metas should not be this dynamic. They should take time and room to marinate, learn. Nope, not Runeterra. We're just gonna fucking release some card or patch something, or someone's gonna find some busted combination, and we're just gonna run with it. That's how it goes. Hearthstone too. It's like, bruh. You know how many hours I'd have to put into Hearthstone right now? To like, if I wanted to play free to play, and to even be relevant? Ridiculous. I played a ton of Runeterra when it came out. The only reason I stopped was because I was too busy with like Caliber and other things. And so what happened is exactly what I said. I fell behind the curve, I couldn't keep up, and it was just not fun. Because it was like, well, I have all these shit cards, and you have all this top tier stuff that I can't even compete with. Oops. That was bad. That was really bad. That was a CE. That was a CE. What am I doing? That was a CE. Wow, imagine punishing anything. Something I can see. So I can redeem myself. Okay, Jesus. Wow, that makes me so sad.
Victory will not come easily.
Yu-Gi-Oh,
It
yeah.
must be seized.
Yu-Gi-Oh is frustrating. I loved that game for a while. Up until they released Pendulum Monsters. And then it got too ridiculous. Pendulums, oh, just kidding. You spent all this money and we spent all this time on this pendulum mechanic, now we're just gonna jump to links, by the way. Like, okay. Oh. Because I'm chatting, that's why I'm missing all these punishes. You're fighting so much Wrath today, though? What the heck? Okay, what? Yeah. Exceed? Yeah, Exceed was before Pendulums, I think, and I was like, I don't like how all the strategies are only, and I guess that's my problem with Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like all the strats become so ridiculous and so set around this particular game mechanic. It's like, well, what if I don't want to use Exceeds, right? Like Pendulums, you just get OTK'd by well, many things, but oh god, what were they? They were like machines.
The goddess.
They were an archetype, and you could just shit out 5 of them, and there was nothing they could do. And it was awful. Your deck doesn't win its first or second turn. Exactly. I don't like that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Became way too fast for me. It's like, if you weren't playing the meta, or yeah, it didn't. If you bricked, you might as well just fold and take the L because there's no chance. That's why I like even Magic. I probably would like Magic more. Thing is, Cliff Forts. That's the one. You knew what I was talking about. Fuck that archetype. And when they tried to make old shit meta again, look no further than Necros, I believe they were called. Necros. The rituals. Fuck Necros. Like, oh, we're gonna bring rituals back into the game. Oh, sick! I thought it was so cool, by the way. I was like, nice! Rituals, one of my favorite things about your game that has always been shit. And what do? Break the game. I'm like, fuck, man. What's fast in Yu-Gi-Oh? It's just the way the game works. Like, most decks don't have any back row. They have like 4 or 5 staple traps that every deck runs, basically. It's just about dealing the most amount of damage as fast as possible. Back row strategies are a thing of the past. That was what I loved the most. I love control decks. There's no such thing in Yu-Gi-Oh, really. When you're building a deck, it's like, okay, it needs to be as consistent as humanly possible. It needs to be able to get the strongest shit out as possible. It needs to be able to run these staple traps like Solemns and whatever else people run these days. And that's it. I was like, oh. Yeah. One of my favorite decks ever was hats, artifacts, and just various back row related synergies. I loved that kind of gameplay where I was just and like Crystal Beast too, back row synergy, back row manipulation. That's the kind of shit I like. That is a thing of way past. Like, that's not a thing remotely anymore. Remember, yeah, when you had to shuffle your deck a million times. Those were the days. So yeah, I'd play Magic, like I said, but I think for me it's just a little too late, or too little too late. One thing that I would actually love to get into, no cap, is like competitive Pokemon. Because I know you don't actually have to play the games and farm the characters up to level 100. You kind of just mod it in and call it a day. Which I might do, but I don't like the current gen Pokemon. I don't like any of the recent gens. They sound stupid, they look stupid. They're just stretching at this point. Like, one of them is literally designed after garbage. It's like, oh. Okay. Whereas, like in the past, originally Pokemon, the creatures used to be derived around like animals or things in mythology, or well, yeah, mostly animals, right? Don't change. Yeah, they don't change at all. The games, I hate the games. That's why I said competitive, like strategy, 4-on-4 Pokemon. That's the kind of stuff I'd want to play, where you actually have to run defensive abilities, not like when you're playing the single-player game and you run, you know, a character with 4 offensive moves and you just call it a day. It's like, oh, okay, well. Oh, sorry, you might run Protect every so often.
Battle 1. Fight.
But anyway, I don't like any of the recent gens. I do know that there are still some originals that are quite strong. Like, I know Gengar is really strong. I know Arcanine's pretty strong, which is really cool. Like, it's nice to see that power creep in Pokemon isn't really a thing. And I do know that they have they actually have, not character bans, but like formats where certain strategies are legal. And I like that too, because if you, and I wish more card games would do, people who, or games that change the meta on purpose, like by force, I think that just adds way more diversity, it's more skillful. It makes things not feel so like, oh man, I have to get this newest thing. I just think that stuff's real. barely looking at my screen and I'm getting clapped for it. My god. Wow, you just really committed to that low block, huh?
Something special.
Fight!
Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Random. Okay. Oh, I'm crouching! Yo, oh my god. No! No! Fuck off, dude.
Claim victory and bask. Power is everything.
Yeah, it's the gameplay. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the games, I'm strictly talking about the competitive scene of Pokemon.
Battle 1. Fight!
I think that I would see interest in that, but I also think that I would find it a little repetitive. Because I'm the kind of person in strategy games, I don't really have a variety of characters or factions that I like. I'm very much a, this is the control deck I like to play, I'm gonna play this deck. Or in RTS, this is the faction I like to play, I'm going to play this faction. So, I wouldn't want to swap teams, so. Oops. Bruh, excuse.
Battle 2. Fight!
Single player? Yeah, like I have XCOM 2. And the other XCOMs, and I don't like any of them except for XCOM 2. I'll play that sometimes, but I've gotten really good at that game, and so it's lost its difficulty for me. Oh. Bro! Auto battlers? Yes, I did. I actually like the auto battler genre. I just don't like any of the ones that are relevant. For example, I really like Dota Underlords, but it's really not being supported by Valve anymore. I don't like TFT. It has so much RNG in it. Like they've even designed it around such things. Like the fact that every season there's some new gimmick on the carousel. Oh! I should have CE'd right there. Oh, I'm bad. Okay. Yeah, I just don't like the gimmicks they add to TFT. I find it ruins. And items are so important in that game, and I kind of hate it. Like, if you don't get the right items, but you have the right comp, it's fucked. Like, it's GG. Whereas I really liked auto chess through Dota 2, like, that was sick. And I'm good at them. Like, in auto chess, I think the highest rank was, like, Queen or King or something. And I got to Queen. Floated around Queen for a while. In Underlords, the highest rank I think is called Big Boss. I got to Big Boss. Yeah. I played Civ. I like Civ 6 more than Civ 5. My problem with Civ games in general is the mid-game. I find the mid-game very dry, and I also don't like that every winning strategy is dominated by domination. And by that I mean, oh, I have more land? Yes, I can get a cultural victory. Oh, I have more plots of land to get more science? Yes, I can do a scientific victory. I very much don't like winning with war, and in Soul Calibur, not Soul Calibur, in Civ 6, that's not really an option because of the district system, as much as I like the district system. Whereas at least in 5, I could actually win with 4 cities, and I enjoyed that. but in 6 that's not the case. Oh,
That's great.
you can't go tall in Civ 6, and that's my biggest issue with that game. You have to go wide, like minimum 8-12 cities, minimum, and that's probably on the low end. Oh, God. Oh, okay, good, I wasn't back turned. Aww. Oh, my God. Oh, Civ competitive is awful. It's an absolute joke.
Just kidding.
You don't even have to use half the mechanics in the game. Because why would you ever fuck around with alliances or diplomacy or declaring war, denouncing? None of that shit matters. Oh, this guy has no defense? Guess I'm just gonna rush him. I hate it. And not to mention the way that turns work. If you do asynchronous, it's awful. Why didn't I step that? And if you do dynamic, it's unfair because whoever goes first has the advantage. So, like, any way you slice it, online Civ sucks. I've tried it for a while.
Battle 4. Fight.
Or for a while. That wasn't the right sentence. I've tried it a fair bit, and it's always awful. Oh! Oh god. Oh god. Oh! Oh fuck. Why did I get off the ground so slow? Okay.
This calls for something special.
Shoot. That's bad. Very bad. Very bad. We'll punish. Bro. Please. Nice.
You can't stop me. Use this.
No! 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 Fucking hell, dude.
The battle is
I hate this character's hitboxes. It's so bullshit. Oh, Delta with the follow, thank you. 6 Canada. It is DLC. Here's the thing, Canada, even though we are a major nation, we haven't majorly done anything in terms of world thing that you know about. So for example, if you look at things like most of the technology used in military developed here. Most of like the World War II related tech made here. We've never been like Canada itself has never been at war with someone without an ally starting it first. Canadian history is lame as fuck, other than the fact that you know, when the settlers came over, the natives fought with them, but that's literally the same everywhere ever, so that's not unique to Canada. And sort of tag along, even though we're super important. P1 or P2? Depends on the matchup. But if I get to pick, no. I don't care. A lot of people have a P1 preference. I've never, like even in Tekken, I've never had such a preference. Personally, I don't find it hard to do everything on both sides. But particularly, I do prefer to step this way to Xianghua's right on 2P side and to her left on 1P side. So if there's any way I can control what, like, so you know how you want to step away from the weapon against characters, I will try to factor that into my choice. Honestly, it doesn't matter. You swap sides so frequently in this game, it doesn't matter. You really do. Strategy shooter? It's not a shooter. It's a point-and-click strategy game. It's a tactical-based one, top-down tactics. Chino Beach. Okay, I was being vague. I'm sure there are important things. I don't even know Canadian history that well because it's boring as fuck. But we don't have big like leaders that have shaped the world. It's more like just as a country we do things. We exist. Whereas for you guys in the United States, you could probably list every president and be like, yeah, he did this, he did this, he did this. As in, like, this is impactful, this is important, this was, you know, world shaping, this was this was that, JFK got shot, like, you know. We don't have that. I couldn't even list you more than 2 prime ministers ever. Okay, 3. And I don't even know what any of them did. So, you know. Because it doesn't matter. Like, it's just so unimpactful in the case of Canada. I should have seen that. That makes sense. Like, trust me when I say it, Canadian history is, you might as well take a sleep in that class. It's a fucking joke. It's a joke.
Just kidding.
X versus Asta? It's good for both in their own ways, but I would say X has a slight advantage, believe it or not. I'm just kind of, I'm fairly relaxed. Like, we've been going 5.5 hours. I'm a little tuned out now, not gonna lie. I'm just kind of playing now. Not autopiloting, but I am not paying a ton of attention. There's a difference. Wow, misinputs. Let's go, Pog. Uh-oh.
The goddess of victory smiles.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, my location on this planet is beneficial for world order stuff. GG's. Louis Riel, bro. Louis Riel is boring as fuck. Like. I swear, and I do like history, okay? I love European history. I like Asian history, like that Eastern history in general. Even American history I find more interesting. But Canadian history is a meme, dude. Canadian history is like... again, other than the typical settlers came over, killed Native Americans, or Americans, the natives, or the people who were here first kind of thing, but again, that happens literally everywhere, so I'm gonna exclude that. Yeah, actually the most interesting thing that's awful that we had, and I don't think this was the case in other places, but I might be wrong, was residential schools. So for those of you who maybe don't know what residential schools were, they were awful. Basically, when the Christian Europeans came, settled here from Great Britain and other places, and they got all settled in, they were living across the country. This was before, or this was, Yeah, this lasted a while too. It would be at first one of the promises from the English was to the Aboriginals was, okay, we're going to um, we're going to teach you English, and we're going to give you a more robust education. That way you can keep doing your thing. France? No, it was all of Europe, but mostly French Canadians, France, and then also Britain. But it was the British that caused this problem that I'm describing. It was like, you can keep doing you. You can keep doing your beliefs and your culture. As long as you come to our schools and learn English and learn about Christianity. That was on paper. It sounded great, right? Like, oh, education, great. The reality was much different. So once the schools were opened up, they would go through different villages and places where natives were residing, and they would forcefully take the children. First off, so that was the first problem. Forcefully take the children, with the promise that even if they were willing, with the promise that they would come back very soon with like a full education and everything. No problem. Still sounds okay, but then they get to the schools, and what happened was they were beaten for speaking their language, and when it wasn't English, they were beaten if they weren't Christian and they didn't believe in it. They were frequently raped and molested by the priests and stuff, like regularly. And then they were just killed sometimes for fun. And there are full mass graves outside of residential school areas, unmarked. To this day, there are tons of unnamed corpses. You want to know the crazy part, though? The residential school system didn't stop until well into the 1900s. That's the crazy part to me. Like, the fact that the last residential school shut down in, I want to say it was sometime in the 1940s or 50s. To me, that was just baffling. It was like the 40s or 50s. I can't remember. The fact that it took so long to do that. Oh, the 60s. Oh, the 60s. There you go. Hey, Reptile. So, yeah, like, that kind of stuff was happening in very, very, very recent history. Okay? It's, like, baffling. That. And so that's probably one of the worst marks on Canadian history, in my opinion, is just that kind of stuff, right? That's probably the darkest it gets in our history, to be honest. We didn't have, like, I know in America, like, slavery was a big thing. It wasn't nearly as big here. Trying to think, like, yeah, that was probably the biggest thing. Yeah, so yeah. And you know, the crazy part, the interesting thing about the residential school system is even if you survived it, it was mentally traumatizing forever. And this is the thing. This is true. One thing you may hear in terms of stereotypes of Canadians, specifically the Aboriginal people who reside here, you might hear the racist stereotype that they're alcoholics, right? Or something of the like. Or they sniff gas. That is because, or partially because,
Challenge your limits.
the authorities at the time were basically like, take the alcohol, you'll be fine, just take it, just take it, just take it. They were kind of like bribing with alcohol, and so alcoholism started to run rampant in different places across the country. And FAS, I think they call it something else now,
Let your desire for
FASD,
victory
I
take
think,
you beyond your limits.
actually carried through. And so unfortunately there are some places where generational alcoholism is a problem. Now, I would hope at least that in modern day that it's being, you know, there's support for them in some cases. But unfortunately, that was the thing. Like, they had so much alcohol provided to them that it was like, well, why wouldn't you just drink it all the time? And it was all part of the plan, really. Yeah? No.
Battle 2. Fight.
It's tragic, though. It's tragic. Uh-oh.
Battle 3. Fight.
Yeah, so like Zulu said, that's the thing where even if you don't, like, say you don't have fetal alcoholism, it's in your genes that, and even though it sounds like bullshit, it's been proven that Aboriginal folk can have a higher chance of developing alcoholism or an addiction to it, even from just one use of it, because of this experience, which is quite interesting.
Battle 4. Fight.
But yeah, so other than in a very blanket statement, and I'm not trying to downplay it either, other than the mistreatment of the Aboriginal people here, Canada's history is pretty sleeper, bro. Like, there's nothing interesting. It's a lot of, like, no wars. We don't have we maybe have like revolutions here or there, but there's no like big civil war. There's no you know, I don't even know. Like, I can't even really come up with something. But there's nothing super exciting or interesting to study other than that stuff. And having studied it for years, it's not interesting.
The goddess of victory smiles upon the strong of spirit.
Fall in love yet?
Teetotaler? Not sure what you mean. Quebec? Yeah, I can see how like the eastern provinces might have a bit more of a luscious history, given that that's where it all started. I could see it. But the further west you go, the more sleeper it gets. Like where I live, BC, other than like the gold rush, Vancouver, Canada, or BC. Oh, I see. I didn't realize that was a word. Yeah, and it's like, you know, you don't want to take the risk, right? Like, if your family has that sort of history, you don't want to risk it. So, it's too bad, though. It's too bad that, Task isn't. I didn't. Are you kidding? I found all the stuff about Manitoba and Saskatchewan to just awful. Oh God, oh, this connection. I swear to God, he plays on Wi-Fi. I'm convinced.
Let your desire for victory take you beyond
Yeah.
your limit.
Looks like
Battle 1.
I never get good connections with this guy. I don't even know who it is. I'm pretty sure this isn't the name he goes under, but oh, yeah, there it is, the first spike. It's not bad this time, though. Nice. Of course, I say that, right? It's just gonna go to hell. Damn it. I'm the one who bit. I should have just kept doing it. I should have just kept doing it. Fuck it.
Victory will not come easily. Battle 2.
Should have kept doing it. Oh no. That was a bad full crouch 3B. That was bad. Oh god. Take it to the edge. Oh! Oh god, I thought that was gonna splat. I was prepared to do the optimal there because I could have converted it into that. Could have converted it into a ring out. Oh god, my guard. Let's go double low. Nice, good block. 2TV. Shit. Oh! Cheeky. Huge. Oh. Nice. Okay. I'm always worried. Every time I block a low in CE, I'm like, did lag fuck me? Am I actually gonna get the punish?
Just kidding.
The goddess of victory smiles upon the strong of spirit.
Justice will prevail.
Who is this again?
Let your
They don't play under this name.
Battle 1. Fight.
Oof. Oof. That's way more minus than what I... Oh, it's Asionic. Okay. Gosh. Okay, I'm getting bum rush now.
Battle 2. Fight.
Oh my gosh. No. 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 Shoot. God. No.
This calls for something special.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then no wonder we don't have a great connection. Hello, where's my PXS? Jeez.
So mean.
What? Oh no. It gave me a rando 5A. I guess there was a buffer, but it didn't take the direction. Yeah, that.
Bask in
Oh. I think I did 3A, but it didn't do 3A.
Battle 1. Fight.
Ooh, interesting. Uh-oh. Oh, thank goodness. Did we get the charge? We did. That's big. No! Oh, that's not quite Tipper against Nightmare. It's huge.
Battle 2. Fight.
Hey man, look. Reactions are one thing. Comfort in a situation and experience are a whole nother. Oh. Ooh. God. So spooky. Oh. Crouch. Nice. Man, Asiana, can we slow down? I don't like to play this fast, but you're making me play this fast. Can we just play some Nooch, bro? Like,
Just kidding.
bruh. Come on. It's making me just go, go, go. Can we not just have a civil discussion? There we go. Oh, I got really lucky there. That's just Nightmare being fat. It's a good 3k. Or if he knows that I can't auto-gi the 3k there. Dead. Oh, right. Oh. Dead.
You can't stop me.
It's UX. Honestly, I think it's a little Rugi favored because of his really powerful backstep. And he's pretty tight, like it's hard to just abuse a Mitsurugi. Also, there are some situations that I can't punish, but other characters can. Like for example, 1KB is pretty tricky for X to punish actually. There are other situations, but that's just the first one that comes to mind. So in general, it's a bit of a range problem, and his backstep being very good helps. So Mitsu favored, but it's certainly far from unwinnable. It's barely favored. Block this. Hey, you did it! Oops. I didn't mean to crouch. Great throw. Now he's getting it. No, I always... Oh, I'm so bad. I always stand up on that second one. Am I gonna lose? No. Oh god, we don't punish anything where I'm from. Did you know? Six speed. That was a lethal hit. That was a lethal hit. I missed it. It's okay. Oh, fuck. Why am I trying to use auto-gi setups? This is Nightmare. You actually can't. What am I doing? Yes. Nope. That's a Tipper 3B combo. Oh. And that's your life combo. Do you prefer English voices over Japanese? I play in whatever the game is supposed to be. That's my honest answer. So, for example, Street Fighter, I swapped it to Japanese. Tekken, I love that they speak their own languages. Caliber, English, because I have this thing with like lip syncing. Oh my god. If the mouth doesn't match what's being said, it just tilts me and it sticks out like a sore thumb. So for me, I play on English for that exact reason. Bring out maybe. Hell yeah, Nightmare, big boy. Nightmare gets wrung out like that because big boy.
Blessings for those who have repeatedly escaped the clutches of death.
Did you crouch grab 1KB? No, you're not close enough to 1KB, and I'm pretty sure that 1KB doesn't recover crouching. Pretty sure. I might be wrong. $1K though, yes. 1K I can.
Battle 1. Fight.
Sing for Japanese. Yes, then I would probably use Japanese voices, if for no reason other than just to have something different. But I don't like that when I'm looking at what they're saying on the screen, it does not correlate with what's happening. Or with what I'm hearing. Oh god. No. That was awful. Why did I... Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm dead. I'm dead as shit. I deserve to lose. Oh, okay. I love how that traded. Why? Oh my god. X privilege. 1BB? Yes, you can crouch throw 1BB on hit. Yes, correct. In many, many situations. Not all, but many. Encounter hit. This is what I mean. I don't like to play fast, but he's making me play fast. Oh, fuck. Oh, I could have stepped that, bro. I didn't think he would finish the charge. I should have just mashed step anyway, though, huh? Technically, for being optimal. Oh god.
For something special.
I like it because it makes it authentic. Now, to be fair, in Caliber, if that was the case, you'd only hear like 4 languages. But still. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Interesting. So he's starting to figure out how to deal with my 2-2A answer of 4A. I wonder if I can bait him. What game you'll play outside of SC? I mean, I don't really play things outside of SC, to be honest. Yeet! Who's a big brain? Who's a big brain? I don't duck that, apparently. Surely that was a misinput. Surely. Surely you wouldn't RE against Xianghua, even as Nightmare. Surely. 3B. 3B. Assassin's Creed. Oh yeah, so Assassin's Creed, I like it, the franchise a lot. Valhalla really disappointed me. But I play it. Or I played it. I beat it. I haven't played it since. But I am looking forward to the DLC, which is releasing at the end of April. Oh, fuck. Finally, like I've waited forever. I bought the season pass. Kind of regret it, actually. But too late now. Interesting. Okay. Huge. No! That's... Oh. Oh. Bubble. Bubble, you won't. No balls. Oh, okay. Nani the fuck? Come on. Come on, Asionic. You knew what was coming. I play some XCOM 2 here or there. I desperately want to play another fighting game. I just hate them all for different reasons.
The goddess of victory smiles upon the strong of spirit.
Yeah. Caliber is all I do. Just too bad, actually. Oh, I want to farm this S2 if I can. God, I have to Pete so bad though. But if I get up and leave, he's gonna leave, and I don't want to have to Q hunt him again.
Let your desire
MK, bro system is just not okay with me. We're up 3. I'm gonna try not to like overstay my welcome. Okay. Oh. Oh no! Okay. I definitely could have crybabied there. Oh! That is not an answer to PXS, but okay, he's willing to throw that. That's good. That's good for us. We can work with that, actually. Oh god. Only back throw? Got it. That's... I didn't mean to do that. I didn't let go of G before I hit B. God, I'm just getting thrashed now. God. Oh god. Okay. This is called overstaying your welcome. Fuck! Should've just dipped and used the washroom. Oh. I should have done this instead. It wasn't the intuitive answer though. Fuck! kill team. No! Okay. Okay. We're gonna end it on that note. No, it's so close though. No. Oh no. It's a bad idea. Don't do it. Don't do it. Nightmare CE is really good in that matchup, and that specific thing he was doing, so 2-2 AA6, cancel Grimstride into CE, is one of the only reasons, or one of the only answers Nightmare can do about that. I have played Strive, I played in the beta. I didn't like a single character in the game. And I don't like that, I don't think I'm going to play it, but if they release a character that I find interesting, then maybe. But while I'm ahead, I don't like quitting like that though. I really wanted that rank up, but I was playing fine, and now that I have to use the washroom, it just pulls you away from it, you know? Takes your mind right away, but GG's nonetheless. I enjoyed those. Yeah, it is nutty. And so he can do that cancel, and it's one of the only ways he can beat me using 4A there. I think he didn't know that, but he learned it on the fly, which is pretty good. Right. Oh! The X we ran into that had the funky cast was one of the newer X players who I've talked to it a few times. Well, it's funny. Alrighty. Gameplay, looks, personality. It starts with looks, personality, and evolves into gameplay. For example, like, in terms of character design, like, in terms of everything, Tira is my favorite Soul Calibur character. Period. I love the gameplay design, I love the weapon design, I love the character design, the voice, the moods, the costume, the everything. There is nothing about Tira I don't like. At all. Xianghua I have played since Dawn of Time, and I like her gameplay. I like her more like trickster aspects of her character, but I don't like how she's always rambling on about her mother and trying to save Kilik. But for example, if Xianghua was an edgy character, I probably wouldn't play Xianghua. To be honest, like if one day, Soul Calibur 7, Xianghua's style is on some edgelord, I probably wouldn't play Xianghua. Just for some goth chick, I probably wouldn't play it. As funny as that may sound. Or like Sophidia. I love the aesthetic of Sophidia, I like the character of Sophidia, I love the weapon of Sophidia, but I don't like the gameplay of Sophidia. So. Like good guys then? No, not necessarily. Tira is edgy, but she's not like Gloomy is a healthy balance of like hilarious, depressing, and like she just doesn't give a fuck, but then it's balanced by jolly, right? That's why I'm saying like Tira is this balance, and I love it. I love the design. But if Tira was only Gloomy Tira, or Tira was only Jolly Tira, I probably wouldn't like Tira as much, right? So. But yeah, Tira is probably my one-for-one favorite Cassandra is a really close second. I love the character, the design, the weapon, the attitude, cheekiness, the confidence, weapon, everything. But why do I play Xianghua? I play Xianghua because of the tool. When we're talking competition, when we're talking gameplay, when we're talking skill and using a character in a skillful way, X is the character for me, second to none. Her counterplay stuff, her pokes, her... Yeah. I like it all. Anyway. My least favorite? Probably Killick. Probably Killick. Killick and Siegfried. Siegfried's really close. But Killick and Siegfried are my least favorite characters, both in gameplay and personality. How do you manage his talismans? Gain them? So to gain them, you have to just move to the next round, or critical edge someone who is below the 30% health. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Or like if it kills. So if you critical edge someone against yellow health, you'll notice the music actually changes when he CE. That restores talisman, and then going into the next round restores talisman. And then there is his auras. If you use the aura, like if a certain thing is met in the auras, you'll gain a talisman as well. And if each color has a different means of getting the talisman, pretty sure it talks about it in the combat lessons. And if not, it'll definitely, on Discord can definitely tell you. Pullback and strike. Yeah, fuck pullback and strike. But yeah, like the green one, I think when you hit 30%, you'll. I don't remember. The auras have something to do with gaining talismans, but it's so trivial, like it's only one. So the reliable ways to gain talisman are moving into the next round, guaranteed, or critical edging someone who's low health. That's it though. And you probably shouldn't be that low on talismans anyway up until the last round, because typically you want to save the talismans for either hit confirms or punishes or combos. That's more what you want to use them for. But it is entirely up to the Huang player. Some people go pretty deep in the minus category because he does gain and lose access to lethal hits, right? So keep that in mind as well. Yeah, typically you want to try to hang on to them, but not always. Some people, they don't play him that way. But keep in mind, if you start dropping below 0, you actually start to lose health, right, into the next round. And if you're above 0, you actually gain additional meter, which is pretty important, as he does have a relatively decent soul charge. So Setsuka cause boobs. Well, I mean, yeah. No, Apat's personality is stupid. Stupid. Talks too much. He's like Gro. He's literally Gro. He talks way too much. I hate it. He doesn't shut up. Hopefully that makes sense on the talisman. If you're not part of the Huang Discord, I highly recommend you join it. They have detailed information on the character, like the numerical values that I don't know the numerical values of, like percentages of health lost or the amount of meter gained. I don't know the specific numbers, but you do want to try to be sparing with those talisman moves. Definitely use them in combos. It is worth it. Being at -3, I think being -3, his back throw becomes a lethal hit, so that's pretty useful. And being -1 gives you a post GI lethal hit with B applied K, B applied K. I think that's important too. But playing with his auras gives you talismans, but the aura that you choose entirely depends on playstyle and matchup. That just takes practice to figure out, like the red, the blue, or the green, of which one you want to use. If you don't know which one to use, default to green. Okay, resolve. That's sort of the best go-to. Can't go wrong with resolve, whereas the red and blue kind of not screw you over, because there's no negatives, but you won't get advantage of them. In other words, got hiccups. But that's gonna do it for me today. I already went well over what I intended to do. And Big Funny, sorry that was modded. I don't know why that happened. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I only intended to go for like 5 hours. So, before I burn myself out, we'll call it there. Now, let's see if there's anyone to pass it off to. But yeah, I will, let me think. It is what? Monday today? Is tomorrow? Tomorrow I'm getting a haircut, so I might or might not stream tomorrow. Depends what. Depends how it goes, like in terms of timeline. So I might stream tomorrow, might not. Probably Wednesday. Definitely Thursday. And I'll try to go through a character properly, but I had a lot of questions today, which is great, so discussion is always fun. At least for me. Go. Pass it off. Catch you later, Dan Doyle. Thanks for watching. Yeah, let's pass it off. Cool. So yeah, thanks all for watching. I will catch you later. If you haven't subscribed to my YouTube, you really should. It'd be glorious. And if you're on YouTube and you haven't subbed or followed me on Twitch, that would be lovely. If you don't mind, it helps out the Twitch channel. Even if you prefer to watch me through YouTube, that's totally cool. That'd be glorious. But yeah, I will catch you guys later.